Okay. Think we should be live. Just gonna make sure I'm muted. Yeah. I'm muted on both sides. Alright, cool. So, title pretty straightforward. Gonna be doing some Alliance MoP 1 to 85 leveling. Now, for the purposes of this, it's important to note, I'm not putting like speedrun or anything in the title, because this is not a, I guess, speedrun I reserve for, like, you know, really dedicated, I already have everything 100% figured out, and we're setting a timer and going from the start in one sitting. Not doing that for this character, because we're actually going to be continuing the character that I started a few weeks ago. So there was a stream that I did, I think it's been about a month at this point, where I leveled this character up to about 15. I've gotten like 1 or 2 levels off stream because I was testing the Darkmoon Faire stuff, and I did like 1 or 2 Midsummer quests to get the buffs before I started. But for the most part, we're just picking up where we left off and doing Alliance leveling. Now, since this is on the beta, I would imagine there's not going to be that many people actually around to do dungeons. I will probably put myself in queue for dungeons, but for the most part, it's gonna be questing. I don't really expect there's going to be any groups that I'll be able to find. One thing I might try to do is see if I have, like, if I know enough people who have beta access to, like, set something up for testing purposes, but it also doesn't really matter that much, because a lot of times I'll be able to easily figure out, like, which brackets feel bad with or without dungeons. So, kind of playing it by ear. And this is, at the end of the day, testing. I am really just trying to get a feel for the leveling speed and how different zones feel in Cataclysm, how quickly I'm able to level. I obviously don't have Darkmoon Faire buff, but I have pretty much everything else minus Heirloom Pants, which you're not going to have access to during pre-patch, so I don't really feel it would be fair to use them. But everything else I'll be using. I'm even going to use the Midsummer buff, because technically it will be available during the pre-patch for the first few days. So, honestly, I think it's good practice, for me at least, because, you know, I will have to make use of that when I'm leveling my first character, when the servers go live. And I also think that it's just kind of a slightly worse, definitely a worse version of the Darkmoon Faire buff. And everybody will have the Darkmoon Faire buff in pre-patch, so basically, even if you don't have the Midsummer buff, you're still going to have 10% XP, and this is 10% mob kill XP, so it's not even as good. But anyways, I'm going to hop in, and I'm just going to start leveling. I can't really much preamble to do here. So, at some point, I also, what's it called, respect to Brewmaster, because I want to try out low-level Brewmaster a little bit. I've been giving it some thought, and I think that for monk leveling in Mists of Pandaria, obviously at a certain point, Windwalker is going to be better, because when kill times get longer, obviously DPS specs get better. But the thing about Windwalker is that it's, like, even, I'm Brewmaster spec right now, and I'm still just one-shotting things, and I'm not even in the Brew stance, right? So it's just, okay, nice, we got our rare mob. You can kill things extremely quickly, even as Brew. Like, that's just how the game already works at this point. And obviously the Thrash Blades are really nuts, because on a single target we're just going to get these big combos and just 100-0 a lot of mobs. So, what was I saying? So yeah, I think at low levels, the damage difference between Brewmaster and Windwalker is honestly negligible. The only AoE that you really have at this point is Brewmaster has Keg Smash, and Windwalker has Fist of Fury. And Fist of Fury, it's good, obviously, but unlike in retail, you actually need to stand still while channeling Fist of Fury in MoP. And that is not great. It's a pretty noticeable downside compared to retail, where you can just fully move. Because Windwalker is highly mobile in retail, and that definitely plays a part, the fact that you can just constantly kite while using Fist of Fury. But the bigger thing that I found is when you use Fist of Fury, in retail at least, one of the biggest advantages that Windwalker has, which is why it's so strong, is you parry all incoming attacks. So during that channel, you're basically invincible to 90% of the incoming damage that you'll encounter at this level, and that's incredibly powerful. Now, in MoP, we actually do have that. Yeah, actually, first glyph I hovered over was the correct one. Nice. Glyph of Fist of Fury makes it so while you're channeling Fist of Fury, you parry all attacks. The exact same thing that we have in retail. Thing is, you can only get that at level 25, because that's when you unlock the ability to use glyphs. So until you get that, Fist of Fury doesn't give you any sort of protection at all to damage. And one thing that I started noticing when I was playing Windwalker a little bit before is that it's kind of squishy. So for the low target pulls, like the one that I just did there with a bunch of small little murlocs, where you're just kind of killing them one by one, the specs are basically identical. You're just going to one-shot them with auto attacks in both cases. In the case of large-scale AoE, Windwalker can do it, but I was kind of struggling a little bit and had to kite. Now, as Brewmaster, not only would you not really need to kite, but if you were ever forced to, well, Keg Smash can be used from range. So I could just, from a small range, use Keg Smash. Kite, obviously, it uses, what's it called? It puts like a slow on them. I could use Dizzying Haze to just keep running away. So I have a lot of options as Brew if I want to do gigantic pulls and I feel that I can't handle it for whatever reason. So the way that I see it, at low levels, Brewmaster just kind of has the exact same damage, but with a little bit more flexibility compared to Windwalker. Especially when so much of your low-level damage is going to be random proc effects. At higher levels, once you get access to the Fist of Fury parry, there's a few other survivability talents, like Windwalker gets Afterlife, but that's not until, I think, also like level 25 or something like that. And Afterlife, if you don't remember, is when you kill a mob, it generates a healing sphere. So on those large pulls, you may be taking a lot of damage, but as long as you're slowly killing off mobs one by one, they're generating spheres that heal you. So Windwalker's survivability will shoot up a ton, and when random damage procs that don't 100-0 a mob are no longer your main source of damage, well, now things like Fist of Fury will start to matter a lot more. So my current plan is to pivot at some point. Forgot to test out the Gnome Quarter. So this is why it's a test, right? Not an actual speedrun. I remember to do that in retail. It's the same retail quest, but wow, really fast respawn on these quests, these crates. I don't remember this ever being the case in retail. I've definitely never had that many spawn in such a short area, but that's nice. Hello, George Core. Good to see you. Also, another obvious reason is you don't get dual spec until level 30, so I'm actually not entirely sure how it works. I'm going to queue up just on the off chance there's people running dungeons in the MoP beta. I don't think there will be, but we'll give it a shot. But obviously on live servers, you're going to want to run dungeons at level 15. Okay, yeah, I thought it activated automatically. I must have not hit the exact point. That's my bad. And then, yeah, I just kill nulls. Okay. What's it called? Gridstein Scroll, and then I have to use this. And this is what sends me into the cave. It's interesting because on retail, all those things will immediately activate, so I'm not used to having to do it myself. but it is slightly different here. Oh yeah, and another thing is Windwalker doesn't get access to the Brewmaster defensive stance, but Brewmaster gets access to Stance of the Fierce Tiger, which gives you increased movement speed. So the main thing that I was kind of losing my mind over when playing Windwalker is like, oh my god, they just get like passive 10% move speed, 10% damage done. Like, this is just completely nuts as like a baseline thing to get at this level. This spec is broken. But then I didn't realize, oh, wait, no, Brewmaster gets that too. So it's actually not a Windwalker advantage. It's just well, Mistweaver might not get it, I have no idea. But for the most part, it is a basic monk thing. So, just really good. Also, these first few levels are probably going to be extremely quick because I do have full rested experience, which obviously another reason why this won't be 100% fully accurate for a speedrun, which is again why I'm not including a timer here. Like, yeah, I'm already level 19. This zone, I think, yeah, is only meant to be done until 20. So I'm going to do this last chunk of quests, and then we will head on over to the next zone, which I believe is Duskwood. Yeah, Duskwood's the 20 to 25 zone. So it ends up being roughly the same order I do it on retail. Although I think in my recent Alliance speedrun, I actually did Duskwood first. But that's for, like, skywriting reasons. I forgot that details isn't really working well on the PTR. I had like a little disagreement with some people on Reddit over monk leveling weapons, and like basically somebody asked on the classic subreddit, you know, what should I be using for heirlooms as a monk? And I said, use Thrashblade, because obviously it's very good. And somebody was like, oh, all these people are talking about how good Thrashblade is, but they forget that it gives you no stats. Like, why would you want to use Thrashblade when it has no stats on it? It's like, yeah, that's the point. It is no stats, but it gives you an extra auto attack, which at low levels is fucking crazy. It's better than stats. It's a flat effect that is the same at low levels as it is at high levels. It's really, really, really good. Now, obviously, you don't use it the entire way through, but to say that it's not a good thing to use at low levels is like, have you ever leveled a character ever in World of Warcraft? Like, it's insane. The only reason we don't use it in retail is because in retail, you level so quickly that the range at which Thrashblade would be useful is, like, trivial. It technically would be useful from, like, levels 1 to 10, if levels 1 to 10 didn't take, like, under 10 minutes. And I can skip that a lot of times with quests. And the other thing is you get AoE spells in retail at, like, level 10, which is, again, after the first 10 minutes of the run. So there is no reason ever to use Thrashblade just because it's so early on. But in Classic, like, I have Keg Smash right now, but I'm not able to reliably pull as many mobs in most cases as I can in retail. Not because I couldn't theoretically handle it, but just because my movement speed is way more limited. I can't just run all over the place and round up a ton of stuff. You just can't do that. So if I can do big pulls, which you can, then yeah, you could theoretically make the argument that, you know, the, what's it called? So it's, the Massive McGowan thing. Like, oh my god. 3 agility, 2 crit, 2 haste? Yeah, like, it would theoretically make my Keg Smash hit ever so slightly harder, which would be good. But does that really matter that much? No. And you're not going to be switching out your, why is this, what the heck? Do I have to wait to get credit? It's supposed to give me credit. Oh, I guess credit takes a long time in Classic. Interesting. For a second, I thought it bugged. But yeah, no, you're not gonna like switch out weapons between like, oh, am I doing an AoE pull or a single target pull? Like, if you want to switch to something later on, because obviously, yes, as you get more stats on your heirlooms, they will start to eventually outscale Battle-Hardened Thrashblade. But at the lower levels, it just is by far the best thing to do. I think another thing that many people don't realize, and I don't necessarily blame them for not realizing it, because I'm not sure if it's intended or not, but it's definitely unintuitive, is the fact that you can use 2 Thrashblades. This is something that I saw a lot of comments on that Reddit post just not understanding, because they don't know how heirlooms work, and they're like, oh, well, it's unique. You can only have one. Well, it is, but you can have the upgraded and the non-upgraded version, and there are 2 different entries in the collection tab to let you very easily do that. Didn't really take me much effort to put that together. And honestly, even if you aren't able to do that, you would still just use a Thrashblade in your main hands, because that's obviously the harder hitting attack, the main hand auto attack, and then you would just put the stat stick in your offhand for a bit of crit and haste. It still doesn't change the equation. You'd still be using the Thrashblade, because still getting an extra proc is really good at low levels. I don't know. It's one of those things where, to anybody who has played retail World of Warcraft and leveled characters for any reasonable amount of time, like, you know this. And I would think that Classic players should know this a little bit better, because I remember having a discussion with people back in Wrath about what the best heirlooms were for Paladin leveling, and I think most of us agreed that actually the best way to level a Paladin at low levels is not to use a two-hander. It would be to use a one-handed Thrashblade with a shield. And the shield would have a shield spike on it. And that would do way more damage than having a two-hander. Back in Wrath, at least. Probably still the case right now for really low levels, honestly. But there at least are some people in the Classic community who know that, but I think there's a lot of people returning now who just don't really have that understanding and just think, like, stats are king. But, yeah, I really, if you play around with the Thrashblade for any amount of time, you'll very quickly understand its power. Like, how can you look at that and be like, oh yeah, like, you can just see, I swapped the target and suddenly most of its health is gone. Like, that's just auto attacks. A single extra auto attack proc does so much damage. Especially when you have things like Elemental Force. There's also, there's a passive that Windwalkers get that give them extra auto attacks. Do I have it already? Oh, well, I'm not playing Windwalker actually yet, so I don't have it as Brew. Still good for Brew. But especially if you're playing as Windwalker, then you just get more, like, it's basically, you have a proc that makes it so your attacks will then trigger an extra attack, guaranteed. So, you're just, basically, you touch a mob, like, give it a little tiny poke, and then you just white hit it to death from 100-0. That's the power of Thrashblade. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really swap anything yet. So at this point, right, I've outleveled the zone. There's no point doing all this stuff, especially because, you know, while the rest of Red Ridge wouldn't be bad, like, if I didn't have rested XP, if I didn't have heirlooms and all that stuff, theoretically, it might be worth it to continue here, because the nice thing about Red Ridge is, like before, you don't do the latter half of the zone. It's just like in retail. It's still just as slow as it normally would be. Werewolf said, OMG, a rare Harldan sighting. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've streamed every now and then. I'm definitely streaming more often now than I have, you know, while in the past. I should equip that, and then, yeah, I have to enchant my wrists. Reader Agi. Are these better? Yeah, I also get new pants. And do I have flight paths? I have the Goldshire flight path. Honestly, not sure what would be faster. Because, like, Darkshire is kind of almost equidistant from Lakeshire and Eastvale. Tough to say. Hey, Azro, good to see you. Do you want the real MoP stream? The MoP stream is real. What level do you abandon Thrashblade? That's a good question. There is no, like, hard set level, honestly. It's one of those things where, like, it's not a bad weapon to have, like, in any situation. It's pretty good. So there isn't, like, a specific level where it's like, oh, at this level, you need to abandon Thrashblade. I think it's very clearly stronger at low levels, and it's very clearly weaker at higher levels. So, where in there you cut it off? Yeah. Very tough to pinpoint that, I would say. But I would say probably a good starting point, for me at least, would be whenever you get really good AoE spells. Because the main reason why Thrashblade is so good, like I said, is at lower levels, you're going to be consistently doing, you know, what I just did to that Murloc right there. You walk up to it, you hit it once, poo, procs fly off, and it's dead. And you're not really doing AoE. Like, I could be using Keg Smash, but why would I? Why would I use Keg Smash? Keg Smash does 164 to 210 damage. Now, that's good, right? But is that going to be really meaningful when I can just Blackout Kick most mobs? I'm just alternating jab, Blackout Kick. So, on a single target, it's basically the same thing. Technically speaking, you know, if you're hitting a target dummy for a long period of time, yes, Blackout Kick would do more damage, but as you can see in practice, the mob is dead long before that matters. So that's why it's so strong. So the situations where raw stat weapons would be better is where you're consistently doing larger pulls that require you to round up a bunch of mobs and then blast it with AoE like we do in retail. The big one would obviously be Spinning Crane Kick, right? So when do I get Spinning Crane Kick? It's not, surprisingly, not for a while, I think. I just got Breath of Fire, so I can add that to my bars. Put it on 5 for now. Level, get that. Yeah, 46. So, Spinning Crane Kick is kind of your main filler AoE spell. I don't really think you would wait all the way until level 46, because there definitely will reach a point where the main way that you're going to kill mobs shifts from whacking them one at a time to you round up a bunch of them, Keg Smash, Breath of Fire. You could make the argument that it is right about now, and, like, this is kind of the cutoff point where once you get Breath of Fire, which is, like, what, 19? 18? I forget exactly what level I received it, but it was fairly recent. But tactically, it would be fine right now. Also, I should... Debating if I set my Hearthstone here. Actually, you know what I should? Because at this point, I actually have Zen Pilgrimage. And I'm actually not sure how that works in... We're going to test something. That's kind of the point. We're going to set my Hearth here. And I'm going to test Zen Pilgrimage right now. So it has a 30-minute cooldown, so you can't use it as freely. But you can basically treat this like a second Hearthstone. Okay, so we do still have Orgrimmar and Stormwind portals. So, yeah, as a monk, from the get-go, you do not need to use, what's it called? You don't need to use your Hearthstone in Stormwind or Orgrimmar. You can set it to wherever you are and use it to save a little bit of time. Tell me of your troubles. I get my first quest at this point. This is the one that gives you, I forget how much XP buff it is. I guess we're about to find out. There's also some vendors over here. I forget what they give in this version. Hunting pants. That's kind of interesting. I lose 1 agi but get 2 hit. Honestly? I think that's fine. Obviously, for an actual speedrun, I would have all my gear planned out. I have to... That's something I need to start looking into this next week for my first monk leveling run. I'm gonna do... Oh yeah, so... I guess I could probably say this now. I didn't want to set anything in stone, because I wasn't sure what my schedule was going to look like. My hope for a while has been to do a really fancy monk leveling run, like, right when servers go up for MoP pre-patch. Like, I'm gonna just immediately, the moment servers go live, jump in, do a really good run, and get my monk up to 85 as fast as possible, so that obviously I can start playing it. That's something I've been wanting to do for a while. The only reason I haven't said that that's what I'm going to do is because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to, because obviously pre-patch is on Tuesday, and my guild raid's on Tuesday. However, I have found out that my guild is taking a break until the end of the tier after this week. So we're going to do this next week. Oh, well, that's annoying. I've heard that there's a lot of disconnect issues on the MoP beta, so it looks like they aren't totally fixed, unfortunately. Well, that's gonna really suck if I get a world server is down thing. Dude. I waited a while to do this run because everything that I read last week was that, like, the beta was basically unplayable. You were just getting constant disconnects. I didn't even bother trying. I was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time if there's constantly people saying that that's how it is. But it's been always a little bit unstable, but that's... What was I saying? Yeah, so after this next week, my guild won't be raiding Undermine for the rest of the, the raid tier, which means that I will have Tuesday to fully dedicate to the monk leveling run that I wanted to do. So, we'll have that. As a result, I don't know how, like, if I'm going to do a big fancy speedrun on the beta before pre-patch. Because I thought about doing that, at least for 1 to 85, especially if I wasn't able to do it on launch. But I can do a lot of leveling testing and not, like, do it in one sitting, big speedrun thing. And still get my guides out. Like, I already have most of the information I need, but I want to do another run. But especially if I'm planning on doing that run anyway, I could basically be like, oh, hey, here's the guide, and if you want to see me do it really fast, watch the stream when I do it when servers go live, or something like that. So that's the current plan, at least. Hey, Boometer, good to see you. What's up? Hey. I guess I'll check to see if the issue is fixed. Sometimes if you swap to a different character and wait, it doesn't give you the error. But this can take... Okay, thankfully. Sometimes I've seen that take, like, up to 30 minutes to unfuck itself. You never know with Blizzard. Okay, so this is... Interesting that there's an inscription trainer here. Actually, that is very neat. Herbalism and inscription. Because those were the professions that I was planning on going... actually, no, I was planning on going engineering, inscription for leveling. Obviously, I need herbalism to get the herbs, but I might do that for 85 to 90 leveling. We'll see. Engineering is just kind of too good to pass up on. But the thing about inscription is for day 1 monk leveling, like in the pre-patch, there's going to be no glyphs for monks. And another big thing about Windwalker, you know, we were saying earlier, Glyph of Fist of Fury, really, really, really good, but it will be impossible to get this on the first day unless you happen to have inscription and make it yourself. I'm actually curious because I haven't looked into this, but glyphs have different sources. I opened Wowhead and I saw a new MoP Classic post. There is another stress test this coming Wednesday. Interesting. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? What the heck, Blizzard? This is getting a little bit ridiculous. I did hear that it was only in Pandaria, though. I think that's why I haven't run into any issues until now, because obviously the monk place is in Pandaria, so there's some issue with the Panda servers that really fuck the connection. I don't know what's going on there. I guess the nice thing is that I'm not doing any 85 to 90 testing. You know what I could do? Because right now I'm only checking the vendors. I could hop onto my level 85 monk, Zen Pilgrimage on this character, look at the vendors, and then when I'm finally able to get back into the game on my main monk, well, I've already looked at it. I don't need to do that all over again. Hey, Slywolf33. I keep getting distracted by this. What was I saying? Oh, right, yeah. So I'm gonna look at the glyphs, but I wanna finish looking at the vendors now that I've realized that there's a connection issue. So let's check this out. I mean, monks are just... monks are VIPs in this expansion. At least for leveling. They still are to this day, but... Okay, so you get... Yeah, I remember these brews. 10 agility? Wow. That's like 10% more agility from what I have at level 20. That's really good. So that's just like your best in slot food buff. And you get it for free just by talking to this vendor. Presumably I can just... I assume this is intellect, right? Yeah. I would imagine that I can just buy up a bunch of these. Like, visit the vendor immediately, buy up, like, all of the brew that I need. 25 agility for level 50. Okay, so then it starts scaling better. At 60, it jumps up by 10. Jumps up by 10 again. And then jumps up by 15 at level 80. I would imagine that at level 70, there's probably better food than this. Because the main reason why this is so good is that food options are terrible at low levels. In retail, I use what's it called? The Dark Moon one that gives you versatility. That's obviously not a thing in Classic, in MoP Classic, because that... I think that item might exist. I forget what it gives you, but it's not versatility, because versatility doesn't exist as a stat. I don't remember what it gives. Either way, it's not good. But there's basically no viable food options. I think there's like 1 or 2 caster food options at really low levels. But when I was doing the Cataclysm Prot Warrior run, the first food item that I was actually able to use was the... there were like smoked desert dumplings at level 40 that gave me a tiny amount of strength. I think less than even this gives at level 40. 20 agility. That's really good. And I'm sure that there's, like, I forget what it would be grilled squid, right? At level 60. I gotta go to the MoP, the Miss of Pandaria page. Grilled squid. That's like the first agility food. So grilled squid requires level 35, and it gives you 10 agility. And the level 30 item here gives you 15 agility. So the monk food is actually just objectively better than grilled squid. I'm actually, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm curious now. I gotta do this research at some point for speedruns, so we are going to check. I'm going to look through every single MoP food item to see what could possibly outscale this. I'm like 99% sure that at level 70, there are better food options. But up until then, I think this is actually best in slot, most likely. There's a handful of really low-level food options, like level 5, level 10, that give you stamina as a buff, but obviously that doesn't give you any real damage, so you would never take the time in a speedrun to use those. There'd just be no point. Also, I just tapped over to YouTube chat, and D1 said, so roughly 70 to 75? No, earlier than that, yeah. Like, definitely I would say before Spinning Crane Kick. When I use the term high levels, I guess mid-levels would probably be a better way to describe it, yeah. By the mid-levels, you should switch off Thrashblade. There's also a case to be made, mind you, of using Warden Staff instead. So, if you're not using Thrashblades, honestly, I'd probably use Warden Staff. It doesn't really matter that much, but I'm pretty sure it makes things scale with your weapons a little bit better. With your weapon damage, I mean. Especially for AoE stuff. It would obviously make your attacks a little bit slower, so, like, you wouldn't get the double enchants, but I don't really think that would make a huge difference. You could kind of go either way with it. I really, at that point, I don't think Warden Staff versus dual-wield Mass McGowan would be that meaningfully different of a choice. Alright, let's see here. There's a food item that gives you MP5. Stag Witches are on here. Doesn't give a buff, but yeah, pretty much everything just gives stamina, because the vast majority of classic leveling food items just gave stamina, that's it. Yeah. This item in particular, for level 20, this thing is insane how much agility that gives. Relative to your level, that is a bonkers amount of stats. Ignoring the fact that no other food item even gives primary stat for a while after. I can't find anything that doesn't give stamina. Let's see, still scrolling. There's MP5, which obviously in this era of WoW isn't even relevant for casters. And then there's Grilled Squid, which we already talked about, which is still worse than the Monk buff. There's Dragon Breath Chili, which I don't really think does a significant amount of damage to really care. Because I used, apparently, yes, it says, Wowhead says that it does 61 damage and up to 191 when you get crits. And that's, like, about how much my Keg Smash does right now at level 20. And you can't even use Dragon Breath Chili until 35, so that's probably not relevant. What else? Okay, well, there's... Huh. Interesting that there is a food item that you can get at level 35 that gives you attack power called Clamlet Magnifique, but it's BOP, and it looks like it's from a recipe that you get by doing some quest at 250 cooking skill. So I think even for non-monks, it's probably impractical to actually get that. Trying to find the food that I used on my warrior. Can't remember. I'll definitely know it when I see it. So much stamina food. Stamina. There's intellect food. That's new, I think. Okay, there is attack power food at level 45. 24 attack power. What's the conversion rate? Melee attack power. Okay, so it's just 1 agility gives you 2 AP. So at level 45, you're getting 24 attack power from charred bear kebabs. So that would equate to 12 agility. And the level 40 monk brew gives you 20 agility. It's at least good to know that by the time you get to level 45, there is actually a usable food buff. I don't think that was a thing in Cataclysm. And, yeah, this is what I used. Smoked Desert Dumplings also requires level 45, and that gives 20 strength, so that's still better at the same level for any strength users, but it doesn't look like outside of monks there's an agility variant. Yeah, there's no level 45 thing, so basically it's just, if you're strength, you use Desert Dumplings, like I used on the Prot Warrior run, and if you're a monk, obviously you use this food buff. There's spell power food starting at level 55, so obviously casters would use that. And... okay, at level 55, you get Burning Crusade food, like Ravager Dog. Ravager Dog gives you 40 AP, and the level 50 Monk Brew gives you 25 Agi, which is equivalent to 50 AP, so it's still better. And then there's a 20 strength food. Obviously, you know, if you're leveling a warrior. There is... yeah, at level 55, there's a bunch of options. There's 20 Agi food, grilled mudfish, spell power food, lots of different spell power foods. I'm guessing it was probably different stats back in the day, and they changed it now. Like how a lot of stuff became versatility in WoD. Let's look at level 60. What do you get at level 60? There's hit food at level 65. That would not be worth it. at... When do you get access to Wrath food? Because, so, Burning Crusade food, you're able to start eating at level 55. But Wrath food actually is not until level 70. So, Wrath has Dragonfin Fillet, which is 40 strength. And the level 70 stuff for Monk is 45. So 5 more primary stat than the strength food. I'm guessing there's probably a 40 agi food somewhere. 40 hit, 40 stamina. There is 40 hit, 40 stamina again. 40 expertise. 30 crit. 60 AP, which is definitely less than the monk food. $80 AP. 80 AP would be 40 agi, so this is still stronger. There is haste food, 60 AP, so just worse. There is AP spell power and stamina, all in one. Haste stamina. Another haste stamina. Is there no agi food at level 70? Oh no, here it is. Blackened Dragonfin, 40 agi and 40 stamina. Now, interestingly, at level 70 you get access to food that's 40 agi, 40 stam, so it's less agi than this, but it does have stamina. Now, I personally don't think that stamina's really gonna matter. It's not gonna make the difference between life or death in most cases, but I guess that is noteworthy. But I at least am of the opinion that the monk one would be better in most cases. Now let me skip ahead to a higher level. 75. It's all just generic food. Some of this is food buff stuff. Okay, level 80. So, the level 80 food for monks gives you 60 agi. What does the Cataclysm food give? It looks like the Cataclysm food might actually be better. I just gotta find the correct one. Yep, the Cataclysm food is better. There is 90 agi and 90 stamina food at level 80. So, this final brew is not worth using for speed leveling. There are better options. You can get, yeah, you can get 90 primary stat. But everything before then is. So theoretically, like, at the start of a speedrun, I would want to go over here and buy, like, you know, probably 10 of these, 10 of these, 10 of these, boom, 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 and then just not buy the final one. Because I would already, in theory, have that available to me. Alright, that's interesting. I've been meaning to look into that, but there's a lot of stuff like that that you don't really think to actually sit down and look into until you're kind of forced to. Okay, so there's a lot of trainers here. There's first aid and fishing. Now, I don't think I'll need to use either one of those, so I probably won't need to train that. But now I'm going to take a peek around just to see what else I can get. The main big one is Inscription. Engineering would obviously be nice, but I don't believe there's an engineering trainer here. That would be a little bit too convenient. Monk Trainer Serpent.
Welcome, wanderer.
Monks having easy access to their trainers is also good, because... actually, no, you don't need to learn spells. Yeah, that got removed. Right. I forgot. Okay, there's a mining trainer back here. And blacksmithing. Alright. No NG, though. Right, I just remembered I was going to look at how you get the different glyphs, because glyphs are interesting, because some glyphs that you get, like, automatically off the trainer, and then other glyphs you have to learn through discovery. So, the only reliable glyphs that I'll be able to get for leveling will be the ones that you just automatically learn. Any discovery glyphs, I won't be able to count on having them. It might be possible. There's like a chance that I will RNG into them, and I'll definitely try. I'm gonna have to get a few characters leveled up with, like, minimum inscription, and then once Monk comes out, I just cycle through all of them and try and learn as many glyphs as I can until I hit the ones I need. Honestly, the only one that really matters is the Fist of Fury, because Windwalker leveling will be drastically different with and without that. So that will be very curious. Let me look at that. So, glyphs. Is there... I'll just look in the Wowhead database. Items, glyphs. Monk. It has the glyphatar on the tooltip. Okay, so... I'm not seeing any information here about what level you need. Maybe if I look at inscription itself, that might be more helpful. Inscription. Skill. Okay. Recipe items. So there's some items that drop that teach you glyphs. I'm curious if any of these are for Monk. Not seeing any. Looks like a lot of them are cosmetic stuff. I wish there was like a breakdown somewhere of how you get all the different glyphs. Northrend inscription research and minor inscription research and Book of Glyph Mastery. Okay, does Book of Glyph Mastery teach any monk glyphs? If they retroactively added them. No. So, okay, that's not a source of any monk glyphs. Then minor inscription research and Northrend inscription research. What I could do is look at the trainers. So if I look at, where's an inscription trainer, for example? There is... If I look at the... Where's the Orgrimmar one? Okay, Orgrimmar inscription trainer. So if I just look at everything that he can teach, that would narrow down what comes from the trainer and what comes from glyph discovery. Only the new Wisdom Scroll Daily gives you any discovered monk glyphs. What does that mean? The new Wisdom Scroll Daily. Scroll of Wisdom, is that what you're saying? Scroll of Wisdom. Created by... in the process, you may discover a glyph recipe you have yet to learn. Okay, found. This daily research will teach you the following glyphs. Okay. Now, this craft is... Yeah, this craft requires max inscription in MoP, so basically any glyphs that come from this particular source will be unavailable on launch, because that requires the new expansion stuff. I guess stands to reason that also applies to any glyph that other people get. It looks like all of the classes, all of the glyphs for other classes are like cosmetic things. There's a handful of priest glyphs that are kind of nice. But most of this is just cosmetic stuff. And then there's actual monk glyphs. Okay. So the glyphs that come from the level 60 profession daily are Glyph of Blackout Kick. Which one is this? I think that's a minor one. This one. Blackout Kick always deals 20% additional damage, but you're unable to trigger the healing effect. Basically, the way Blackout Kick works, if you're behind the target, it does 20% more damage. If you're in front of them, you heal. So this glyph just makes it so you always deal 20% more damage. But obviously, you don't double dip and get the healing thing if you're in front. Which, obviously, this is nice, but this is not, like, that important. I wouldn't consider that a mandatory glyph. Glyph of Breath of Fire is that is a major glyph. Where is it? This one, if you Breath of Fire targets with Dizzying Haze, that's the Keg Smash debuff, then they become disoriented. So, I think it's a PvP talent, or was, in retail. Not bad, but it's a major glyph, and there's a lot of other more important things. I would never run this, so that doesn't matter. Glyph of Clash increases the range of your Clash ability by 10 yards. Not bad, but again, there's better things that you can do. Enduring Healing Spheres, increase the duration of your Healing Spheres, that's trash. Glyph of... Okay, they broke the link here. They linked... The thing says Glyph of Expel Harm, but they included the link to the Glyph of Rapid Rolling. Rapid Rolling is good. I'm going to assume that they just... The link is, like, broken because of Wowhead or something like that. And the actual word that they typed is correct. The actual Glyph of Expel Harm... Where's that? Maybe it got changed. Yeah, okay, so actually doesn't... There is no Glyph of Expel Harm. Interesting. So maybe whenever this post was made... Ah, okay. Yeah. So I guess whenever the post was made back in 5.0, there was something called Glyph of Expel Harm, and they must have removed it at some point and replaced it with Glyph of Rapid Rolling. Now, this is unfortunate because Glyph of Rapid Rolling is actually quite good. For 5 seconds after using Roller Chi Torpedo, your next one will go 30% farther. That's good movement, so obviously you'd like to have that. Not having it kind of sucks, but now I know. So, okay, that one will be inaccessible. Glyph of Guard is this one. It's just makes your guard absorb magic damage. That's bad while leveling. That's pointless. Glyph of Honor is a minor glyph, cosmetic, like you bow after using Touch of Death, so that's irrelevant. Glyph of Jab changes your jab attacks with fists, also cosmetic. Glyph of Manatee is a healer one, so also irrelevant. Cosmetic change to Rising Tiger Kick. Spinning Fire Blossom change, that glyph is bad, so not concerned about that. Glyph of Spirit Roll, that's an interesting one. So, you can roll while dead. Now, ideally, you don't really want to die while leveling, period. This would, in theory, be nice to have, but that is one of the glyphs locked behind research, so you won't be able to get that. Glyph of Transcendence doesn't matter, because that's a level 87 ability anyways. Glyph of Water Roll, that's unfortunate, so this would theoretically be quite useful while leveling, but that is locked behind the max level research. Just means that swim speed potions and the like will be even more important for leveling. Fortunately, you can't get that, and Zen Flight doesn't work at low levels regardless, so doesn't matter, but that is the final glyph there. It's interesting. So those ones will not be obtainable by any means. Oh, it is... The Wisdom Scroll Daily is 525. Is that so? Okay. But is the Wisdom Scroll Daily going to be available in Cataclysm? Or I guess it's possible that we just have no way of knowing. See. Inscription, skill, Miss Pandaria Classic. You have no idea? Yeah. I figure it's one of those things that we're just... There's no way of knowing for sure. Yeah, and the recipes aren't really shown properly. I don't know why the Wowhead page is so broken. I guess the only one of those glyphs that really matters is rapid rolling. So, in theory, if you are able to craft it at 525, then rapid rolling would be nice to have. I'm not going to really worry about doing that for day 1 leveling. You know, I'm not going to try and set up multiple 525 inscription characters just for a chance that that is a thing. But that would be really cool to have for 85 to 90 leveling. At which point there'll be plenty of time to get the glyph, you know, before the expansion actually launches. So that would be kind of nice. I remember they changed the way that, that the Scrolls of Wisdom work, right? I remember there was a post. So that would be interesting, because if you're... I suspect you won't be able to get Scrolls of Wisdom in the pre-patch, come to think of it, because they changed the way the daily quests and stuff work for endgame, and they said you won't be able to loot Scrolls of Wisdom out in the world, because theoretically, if you got enough Scrolls of Wisdom, you'd be able to craft a... what's the weapon? The 476, whatever the item level is? Yeah, the 476 staff. You'd be able to craft that before the raid actually comes out. And that would be really nice to have. But that requires 20 Scrolls of Wisdom. And I don't expect there's going to be 20 days before the raid comes out. Because I think, like, at most it'll be, what, 2 weeks before the first raid releases, which obviously would be 14 days. So I don't really think you're going to have enough time to get your staff. Hypothetically, you could still have it crafted for, like, the second week of raid, but if it was available in pre-patch, that would be really broken, because then you'd have the entire month to start farming Scrolls of Wisdom every day. And I would imagine if the recipe to craft the Scrolls of Wisdom is disabled, then the ability to unlock glyphs would also be disabled. So those are only the Gulai caches that don't drop profession stuff for 2 weeks. Did they say that it's enabled after 2 weeks? I know a lot of stuff they said won't be available the first 2 weeks, but there were a bunch of other things that they changed permanently. I couldn't remember if that was like an after 2 weeks thing. But yeah, no, but the main thing is that wasn't my point. My point was, you're correct that they disabled the Gulai caches, but the Gulai caches were the only way to get extra Scrolls of Wisdom. So theoretically, if you got lucky from those and you did your daily every day, it would theoretically be possible to get the staff before raid. It'd be extremely difficult, but possible. But if your only source of Scrolls of Wisdom is the daily quest, then unless there's 20 days before raid release, it would be physically impossible to get the staff. There's just no way. So that's what I meant. If there was no external source other than the daily thing, because the item is BOP, there's just a time limit before you can actually get the item. So that would not be super important. There's also a staff that you can craft at level 85. But Ghost Iron Staff requires Inscription 570. Yeah. So you won't be able to craft the 424 staff before leveling in MoP. Interesting. One thing that I am still heavily debating, and I haven't decided yet, I'm really unsure what I'm going to go with, is I don't know if I'm going to level my Monk or my DK first from 85 to 90. I am very torn on that. There's like... The main thing for me is it could go either way, because no matter which one I pick, I'll be able to get a really good weapon for leveling later on. Because there's, there's the sword that drops off the treasure in Dread Wastes. I could just Google Dread Wastes treasures and find the name of the item. Lost and found. It is Swarming Cleaver of Karaz. That's the one I'm thinking of. So, Swarming Cleaver of Karaz requires level 86, but is item level 450. And it has really good stats for Blood Decay. So that would be an amazing weapon to get. Now, one thing that I'm thinking of, the other thing is why I'm kind of torn, is there's also Spear of Swen. Spear of Swen requires level 85 item, but it's like 464 item level. So that's an insane monk leveling item. Either way, you could get something really strong. Now, because Swarming Cleaver is BOA, theoretically what I could do is I could use a bunch of my alt characters that I have on a bunch of random servers and just send them out to that location. So on one of my accounts, I'm just sending all of my characters over to get the Swarming Cleaver as I level up my DK. And like basically I put them on Path of Frost and I just run along the ocean. And then I can get it, mail it to my DK, and then have it for leveling. And then after I level my DK to 80 to 90, I then do archaeology, get the staff, send that to my monk, and then now my monk has a really overpowered starting leveling weapon. So I am leaning starting DK first, which would be interesting. But haven't really decided yet. Not 100% certain. That's obviously like a side thing. You missed the glyph system? Yeah. There are some cool things about glyphs. I will say one of the downsides of glyphs is this exact thing that I have to sit here for, 30 minutes trying to puzzle through exactly how it works. My logic is sound, and it's what you think will happen? Yeah. Unfortunately, based on everything else they've said, I do think that is the likely outcome there. But notably, the Fists of Fury inscription recipe is not on there. So that is something. There are no monk glyphs off minor inscription research. And what about Northrend inscription research? No monk glyphs off Northrend inscription research. I wonder... I guess, well, now it's time to look at the NPC. What does the NPC teach? Aspects... Yeah, there are a lot of baseline glyphs that the trainer will teach you. Blah, 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 blah. Where are the monk glyphs? Where are the monk glyphs? What the heck? What the heck? So confused. Where are they? Okay, I guess I have to... Yeah, they're not listed on the trainer. Alright, so... I'm going to look at Glyph of Fists of Fury specifically, because that is not on the list of ones taught by the research. So where do you learn this glyph? Comments. Okay, it doesn't say anything. Created by the recipe. How do you get the recipe? Recipes. It doesn't say. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking punch a wall. There's no way that it just... God, the Wowhead page is so shit. Alright, yeah, the Wowhead page is not really helping me out here. Mists of Pandaria, Glyph, sources. I'm just gonna Google this and hope. I found... Okay, there's an archived Wowhead guide that I found just by Googling. DK starting zone is a doozer. Warning for starting DK. Well, so, yes, the DK starting zone sucks. I'm talking, like, which class am I going to start with to level from 85 to 90? I would have a DK pre-level. Unless we're talking about something, like, different. Like, you're just saying that as a general statement. So I'm saying, am I going to level through MoP on my DK first or my monk first? Like, which character? That's what I was saying, like, I was debating on. Let's see. Monk. Major, okay. Doesn't actually list the source. Okay, glyphs. Prime glyphs have been removed. Blah, 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 blah. Many recipes are learned from trainers. And 37 can be learned from Scroll of Wisdom. And several from mobs on the Timeless Isle. Full list of glyphs here. What do you mean mobs on the Timeless Isle? Okay. In 5.4, new glyph techniques can either be BOP world drops or BOA techniques from specific mobs in Timeless Isle. So there's a lot that apparently only drop on Timeless Isle. Can I search this in the MoP database? Christ. Okay. Yeah, no, there's no real... It's... Like, I hate that Wowhead... This Wowhead post, obviously, I'm getting mad at a Wowhead article writer from, like, original Mists of Pandaria. But they say there's a bunch of different sources, and then they don't fucking list them in their guide. Like, come on! Help me out here! Timeless Isle, glyph, sources. I guess? Okay, maybe there's something here. Timeless Isle questions, blah 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 blah. Okay, I found an old Wowhead Timeless Isle guide. And the Timeless Isle guide has a breakdown of which glyphs drop there. There are several sources for this glyph. The solution is left to the reader as an exercise. Yeah. Alright, let's see here. Interesting, so the Death Knight Horn of Winter glyph is one of the new ones. That I was actually hoping to use on my Death Knight. So that's unfortunate. That's fine though, because I mean I already did a leveling run without it. But where's Monk? Okay, none of the new glyphs were monk glyphs, it looks like. Yeah, none of the new glyphs were monk glyphs. Alright, well, that was... that was a waste of time. Huh. Interesting, there used to be four different glyphs. There was a Crackling Jade Lightning glyph that increased the knockback distance of Crackling Jade Lightning back when it did that. Here it describes the glyph of Expel Harm that, as we found out, was removed, which increases the range of Expel Harm, which doesn't make sense because Expel Harm isn't... I'm guessing the ability must have been changed, and that's why they removed that. There was a glyph that caused roll or chi torpedo to reduce your threat for 10 seconds. That's odd. And a glyph that caused fortifying brew to reduce your bleed damage taken by 20%. That's interesting. Shame that that got removed. You're heading off. Appreciate you stopping by the stream, Werewolf. Oh, also, the polls that I posted in my Discord finished. So, for what DK spec are we going to do for the Keystone Hero Challenge? Next, Frost beat Unholy by a landslide. 75% of the vote. Oh, this was a close one. Yeah, Feral won by a single vote, barely beating out Balance Druid. So, I'm doing Feral Druid next. That's interesting. And Ellie won with a landslide again. Ellie had 69% of the vote. Nice. So, Frost, Feral, and Elemental Shaman are next. I'm actually going to start Elemental Shaman pretty soon for the challenge. That one's going to be pushed up a lot because I have already finished 3K on Resto Shaman, so I literally don't need any more Resto Shaman keys at all for the challenge. Which means I'd like to get started on the next spec. I still need a few Guardian Druid keys for 3K, and I still need a few Blood keys for 3K, so Frost and Feral will probably not be for like another week or so. But Ellie, I actually will probably do one Ellie key next week, so I guess I'll have to start looking into that. You manually check an inscription trainer to see what glyphs they teach. Good idea. It's possible that they don't teach any monk glyphs, though. It might be that all monk glyphs are from weird sources. But I will check.
Hey there. See you later. How are you?
What stuff do I, or what do I do when I don't do leveling stuff?
Have a good
Looking
for something specific?
Like playing the game? I do raiding, the usual. What does anyone do when they, you know? I mean, yeah, I play the game. I guess to answer your question, I don't only level. Frankly, the leveling stuff is more of a side thing for me, anyways. Life, your action. Ah, ahaha. I don't wait. Were there any others that I skipped over? I haven't seen any names that I'm like, oh, that looks like it's a glyph. Okay, no, so these are like all low. Oh, Glyph of the Afterlife. Oh shit, that was a monk glyph. Okay, wait. Okay, let's go back. So I skipped over a monk glyph. Yeah, I do, I guess, have to go through them one by one. Alright, yeah, so it looks like Wowhead is just shit and hasn't been updated, so... Good call, Chris K. Wowhead is not to be trusted. They do not have accurate information. Fuck Wowhead. Just gonna make sure I do not miss any. Alright, so Glyph of Afterlife. This is a good one. This is one of the ones I want to use. Because on Windwalker, this guarantees that you get a healing sphere. Without this, it's only a small chance. So that is one of the better ones. That is guaranteed, and that is only 155 skill. So that should be pretty easy to get. Alright. What else? Direct, smite. Nimble Brew, this one's shit, but that's another monk one. Ice Block, Avenging Wrath, Purify Shiv. Fort Brew. This one's also shit. Some people PvE, PvP, raids, keys, etc. Yeah, mostly raids and keys for me. I'm not a big PvPer. I mean, I'm doing a whole challenge on this channel, too, that you're commenting on, where I'm getting Keystone Hero and all 39 specs, so... Outside of Mythic Raid, that has been a big thing that has, taken up my time. Alright, Lyra the Ox. That's a solid glyph, but not really for leveling. Life Cocoon. Not really useful. Yeah, Keystone Hero is 2,500, but technically speaking, it's more like 2,600, because my specific challenge is I'm trying to time a 10. And then I'm also getting 3k rating on one spec of every class. Yeah, Keystone Master is 2k, Keystone Hero is 2.5k, Keystone Legend is 3k. Paralysis. That's not super useful. Glyph of Sparring. That's fine, I guess. Not really that great. Detox. Not very useful. Touch of Karma. Okay. Your Touch of Karma now is a 25-yard range. How the fuck does Touch of Karma work in...
See you around.
What does Touch of Karma do? Oh, I see. Yeah, so you apply it to an enemy, right?
I supply only the finest goods.
Yeah. Or what die? Around here, yeah, was that Touch of Karma? Fortuitous spheres, blah. This is a really good one. Okay. Getting this is very nice. Targeted Expulsion, not good. Zen Meditation, irrelevant. Whiff of Renewing Mist, your Renewing Mist bounces. Spinning Crane Kick, you move at full speed, that's not very useful. Glyph of Fists of Fury! Haha! There it is. Okay. Saved! Oh, alright. Okay, so Glyph of Fists of Fury is a guaranteed train, but it's pretty difficult at a 460 skill. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to get a character up to 460 inscription, which is that's gonna be a pain, but at the very least it's guaranteed. So I guess since you can't get rapid rolling, you'd use definitely Fists of Fury and Would the other one be fortuitous spheres? Yeah, this one. Generating a free healing sphere is pretty good. Hey Lub, good to see you. What class do I enjoy the most? Probably Monk. Touch of Death. Right, yeah, you wouldn't use that. Searching Mist. Crackling Tiger Lightning, Flying Serpent Kick. Those are all bad. Are there any more? Okay, yeah, this is like new expansion stuff, right? And then Ghost Iron Staff requires... Yeah, so this is Scroll of Wisdom. Meditate on your experiences. All of these are 560. Is there not a... Scribed Tiger Staff? So there's a low-level Tiger Staff, but there's no low-level Serpent Staff. Oh, there is. It's just a different name. Rain Poppy Staff. Okay. Yeah. That's interesting, I guess. But it's one of those things of, like, there's no real reason to get the baseline Ghost Iron Staff, because if you're really looking for a low-level Twink weapon, you can just get Spear of Swen, which is significantly better and account-wide, so you can reuse it to level multiple monks, and, well, I will be leveling multiple monks. And then you have Darkmoon Card in the Mists. Alright. I guess the Darkmoon Trinket probably should be obtainable. Because in theory, you should just be able to get enough cards to get whatever trinket you need. Don't really see why you wouldn't be able to get it. Cool. Well, that answers some questions. Now, if I recall, there were like a few more vendors that I wanted to check out. Over yonder. Also, because all of the glyphs that I can realistically get are only trainer learns, then what I'm probably going to do is I'm just going to learn inscription on one of my characters and have it up to the requisite level. I'll probably max it just because, like, why not? And then another thing is I could test the Scroll of Wisdom thing. Again, I doubt it'll be available, but, you know, worth checking. But that way, as I'm leveling up my monk, I'm able to craft all of the baseline glyphs. And I'll have to just look into what the material requirements for those are, and I can have it prepped. And that way, as I'm leveling my monk, I'm on my second account crafting those glyphs. That should be doable. Nice. So you can, even if you don't have heirloom weapons, you can get pretty decent weapon upgrades every 10 levels for monk. Just by doing this. There's the caster staff off the vendor over there, and then there's the fist weapon stuff over here. Yeah. I guess you know, with heirlooms, this is pointless, but I mean, it's good that it exists. It has a lot less stats than heirlooms do, but I guess that's to be expected. Okay, I think that's everything, so swap back over. Hopefully I don't get disconnected this time, so I can actually continue leveling. Is the Drakthir starting zone long? You're planning on leveling one? Is it skippable? I don't believe it is skippable. No. But as for whether or not it's long, not really. Yeah, I'll buy just a stack of 20 for all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. And then gonna put this here. Yeah, I would say Drakthir starting zone is like, what, an hour? Give or take? Maybe 2 hours if you're really taking your time. It's not bad at all, I'd say.
Hello.
There we go. While he does the roleplay, I will get my food buff. Okay, so Keg Smash is like mostly melee range, but there's some wiggle room there. Why are my nameplates? It must just be this NPC's nameplate bugs out because he's like somewhat friendly. Then I also want to swap to this for the increased move speed. Whenever I'm running from point A to point B, I should be doing that. 12 minutes when it's optimized. That's insane. Alright, yeah, you get the weapon anyway. I forgot about that. You get this thing. That's really good stats for this level. That is crazy. It's a 50% XP buff? I forgot it was that. I thought it was 10%. Oh my god, monk leveling is nuts. It's literally Winds of Wisdom. That is actually so fucking stupid. What? Okay. Alright. That's worse than Exiles? Well, it's not a one-to-one comparison. You're not choosing to do Exiles Reach or the Drakthir starting zone. I may be misremembering exactly how long it is. If Azora says you can speedrun it in 12 minutes, then... alright. Time to lock the fuck in, because I need to make the most of my Enlightenment buff. And then I get the daily quest, but obviously I'm not going to use that right now, because I want to save that for... Basically, I'm going to use the one-time quests over and over, and then when I run out of that, then I'm going to use the other thing. Now I have my riding trainer. Now I get this. Now I use my Hearthstone. We're gonna teleport back. What? I definitely set my Hearthstone to Darkshire. What? I wonder if, like, when my character got disconnected, it, like, reset my Hearthstone or something? Or maybe I'm just really stupid and I forgot to actually hit the confirm button when I changed my Hearthstone. Well, that sucks. It's not that big of a deal, but I do lose a few minutes on this XP buff. That's, wow, 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 wow. And I also don't have the flight path because, yeah, I never grabbed it because I thought I had the Hearthstone. Alright, well, that really sucks. At least I have the Duskwood quest, so what I can do is run across the water, and as I run back to the town, I can kill the quest mobs, but that really sucks that that happened. And also get the flame thing while I'm at it. Also chuck this in to increase my buff timer. And I'm just gonna get the pole buff going now while I'm here, so I don't need to do it later. One interesting thing is I remember for the MoP Remix speedrun, I instantly got the buff up to 60 minutes by using the fire thing. That only seems to work on certain fires. I was playing around with it in Cataclysm, and it looks like the Cata fires, so like the ones in Vashir, Deepalm, etc., if you interact with those, they instantly give you 60 minutes of the Ribbon Dance buff. I'm guessing it's because those fires don't have a ribbon pull, but then I'm like 99% sure that the ones in Miss of Pandaria do have a ribbon pull by them, but those fires also give you the buff immediately. So I think what happened is, in Cataclysm, because the fires don't have ribbon pulls, they made it so interacting with the flames gives you the ribbon pull buff stacked up to 60 minutes. And then in Mists, they just copy-pasted the Cataclysm bonfires that immediately give you the 60-minute buff, but it's not retroactive, so all of the lower-level ones don't give you the buff, which, you know, is what it is. Alright. I gotta remember at level 25 to learn all my glyphs. Also take that off my bars. I'll put that there. It's gonna be crazy leveling with a 50% XP buff. Yeah, that... Wow, that's gonna be nuts. Do I even get XP from killing this guy? No. If it's gray, even if it's a rare, you get nothing. So... I at least can start working on the quest as I make my way back to Darkshire. It's kind of pointless to set my Hearthstone there now, but... yeah, this is a absolutely ludicrous amount of experience. Also, don't need to loot these mobs. The spiders I need to loot, though. Okay, actually, I do need to loot the wolves, but I have to kill more than I actually need to loot, so... Swiftness potion here. One nice thing is that a lot of people don't realize, but roll's distance actually scales based off your move speed. So the more movement speed you have, the further your roll takes you. So it's not like a time loss, basically, to roll during a speed boost. It's not like you're losing value out of potential movement. I need a lot of Dusky Lumps. Lupos also should be somewhere around here. I just don't know where. There's, I have most of the rare spawn locations memorized, but it's also... I'm so used to looking at this area from, like, a different perspective, almost. Because generally I'm flying through here really quickly. And there, I'll almost always spot Lupos while flying. I also have better nameplates in retail, for obvious reasons. But trying to spot out Lupos from the ground here is proving to be difficult. I would imagine the mob is up because this late into the beta, I don't really think there's that many people doing leveling testing. I also just realized I got taken out of the queue. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to update my... I'm not going to look too hard for it because there is definitely a chance that somebody else is like practicing leveling in the MoP beta and they killed Lupos. It is like not inconceivable, so there's very much a chance that he is just not up. So I'm not gonna lose my mind. Unfortunately, the Worgen quests I could have picked up. So I will need to come back and do those. Yeah, I've been writing down a list of what the levels are for each dungeon. Reachfire Chasm goes up to 20. Shadowfang Keep 18 to 26. Alright, is the Worgen Rare up? I forget his name. Fenris? That one has, I think, a patrol that goes all the way up to here. But I am not seeing him, so... does not appear to be up. Alright. Is time walking dungeon leveling viable? No. Get a 30% XP boost from dungeons. Yeah, well, the 30% XP boost from dungeons applies to everything, right? So, you still... how do I put this? The fact that you said, is it viable now, leads me to believe that you've heard me talk on the subject before, in which case you should know my thoughts, and my thoughts haven't changed. But no, time walking dungeon leveling... when people say time walking dungeon leveling, usually what they refer to is spamming. But, obviously, so, saying things like, you get 25% XP from Warband, is like, how is that relevant here? It's a universal 25% buff. It applies to literally everything the exact same way. So, why would that existing have any impact whatsoever on the conversation regarding whether or not you level in time walking dungeons? It applies to both. Time walking and, well, anything else. Therefore, it's irrelevant as far as whether or not time walking is worth doing. The XP boost from Midsummer You could argue, technically speaking, that maybe benefits time walking slightly more because you're, on average, going to kill a few more mobs, but it's inconsequential. You kill plenty of mobs in delves, so it's not really going to make a meaningful difference. And like I said, the time walking buff, you have to get that through dungeons, but once you have the buff, it's available in everything. So the way that you level with time walking is the same that it has always been. It's you get the buff stacked up, and then you go do the actual leveling route. What new abilities did I get? I got Clash. Okay. Wow, the cone on Breath of Fire is kind of tiny. What do I think about Azeroth Autopilot Reloaded? Well, I've been told that apparently somebody created a route for it using my route. Like, it allows you to make custom routes. So I guess if you're using my route that somebody made, assuming that's true, which, you know, I have no reason to doubt that, then I'd imagine it's about as good as my actual route is. Other than that, I don't fucking know. I don't use it. I use the add-on that is stored inside my brain, the one that I have, you know, the route that I've memorized after however many speedruns. What other abilities do I learn? Oh, interesting. Zen Pilgrimage Return. So there is another spell to let Zen Pilgrimage take you back to where you were before. So, yeah, so it's already fairly flexible in terms of how you use it. You can either use that spell to immediately go back to your starting location, or you take the portal to Stormwind. In this era of leveling, that is like a ludicrously broken tool to have at your disposal. That gives you so much movement. Like, around the world, that is. God damn. You know, another thing I just considered. So, Enlightenment, like, this is a really good buff, right? And ideally, you're going to want to squeeze as many dungeon quests into this as possible. So, if Wailing Caverns is 17 to 25, then you're able to do Wailing Caverns after getting this buff. The only dungeon that you can't do with the buff would be Ragefire Chasm. And Ragefire Chasm is 15 to 20. So that means that you'd probably want to do Ragefire Chasm, like, ASAP. Or at least you'd want to do Ragefire Chasm at, like, level 16. That way you can't get Wailing Caverns as a possible option. So you're guaranteed to just get Ragefire Chasms out of the way immediately. Honestly, I think doing it it's the moment you hit 16, queuing for it would be perfect. Though realistically, you'd probably, if you're not a tank, you would want to queue, like, ASAP, just so that it would ideally pop before you hit 17. If you are a tank, you might be able to get away with queuing for it at 16 and then having it pop before you level up, but
King's honor.
realistically, yeah, there's probably no reason to take the risk. But the most important thing is making sure that you save Wailing Caverns and Shadowfang Keep for having this buff. Though it's kind of interesting because I wonder if Wailing Caverns is even worth running. Like, it's a long dungeon. Ragefire is at least very fast. Like, boom, in, out. Wailing Caverns has a lot of roleplay. Like, the whole final section. It's kind of a lot. Why am I not getting proximity threat? There we go. Yeah, so you can make a case, honestly, at this point, that it might be worth switching weapons. Why do I have an old history book? This used to start a quest. Huh. Odd, okay. Does this have an energy cost? It does, but it's pretty trivial. Wait, yeah, the fact that Brewmaster has Dizzying Haze as, like... This is, like, better than Crackling Jade Lightning is at tagging mobs. It's like, it makes rounding at mobs really easy. Okay, yeah, actually... Is Windwalker just, like, not the best monk leveling spec in this era? I think it actually might be just a Brewmaster all the way angle. Okay, this rare mob's down. I feel like the more I look at what Brewmaster has, it's just kind of better for leveling. I don't know. Do I unlock any new dungeons? I do. Okay, Black Fathom Deep's 20 to 23, but it didn't show up until I hit, or 20 to 30. So, okay. BFD, or I'll just, Black Fathom Deep's 20 to 30 didn't appear until 23. Stockades, 22 to 30, didn't appear until 23. Yeah, I don't know, the recommended level ranges are just wrong, because it doesn't give you that as an option. And it says that those two dungeons are locked, so if they're locked, why are they showing up as the specific queue thing? Odd. Very odd. Also, I have no idea why I have an old history book. Strange. Hey, Empress Christie. Good to see you. Their leveling tier list was made when Evokers started at 60. How good are they for leveling now? Yeah. I'm glad that you saw it. Like you said, I'm fairly certain I did leave a pinned comment commenting on... Well, I've never done it. But I left a pinned comment talking about Evokers. Because most of that tier list remains accurate. And for Evokers, obviously Preservation would be, like, C tier, right? Like, most healer specs are not super great for leveling. Honestly, like, healer priests are really the exception to the rule. They are extremely good for leveling. Like, Resto Shaman is okay at very low levels, which is, I think, why I put Resto Shaman in B tier. But, honestly, I would say Resto Shaman might genuinely be top of C tier if I were to remake that tier list, because a lot of the stuff that made Resto Shaman still passable in the mid to late game was removed, like, shortly after I made that tier list. It's still very strong for low-level dungeons, and generally you'll still want to do your first 10 to 15 levels with it as a shaman. Or rather, your first 25 levels, but you don't pick a spec until 10. So, like, after picking a spec, you'll level up to, like, 25, 30-ish as Resto, but then there's really no reason to stay Resto. Whereas, like, I think... Oh, yeah, another big change that I would probably make is I would kick Disc Priest down quite a bit. Disc is not bad, but as far as leveling is concerned, the more that I've played around with both of them, Disc is just, like, worse Holy when it comes to leveling. There is really nothing that Disc brings to the table that Holy doesn't do better. Holy is really strong. Having leveled... Because I've played Priest a lot more since making that tier list. I wouldn't really move Shadow much. Disc I would probably drop an entire tier down to B tier. Just because initially I'm like, I don't really see much of a difference between Holy and Disc. But the main difference is, although their AoE is fairly similar, Disc's single target damage is pitiful. It's really bad. But Holy has, like, actually kind of crazy single target damage. Especially, like, bonkers single target damage for a healer, but just for leveling, really good single target burst. So, Holy Priest is the best priest leveling specialization, which is kind of weird. And it's the only healer spec that is just objectively good for leveling the entire way through. When I leveled my priest from 70 to 80, I leveled it as Holy, and it performed extremely well. It is a very strong spec for leveling. But the other specs, Augmentation is the worst leveling spec in the game. Augmentation is actually worse than Healing for leveling. Because one of the only advantages that healers kind of have is, like, they can keep themselves alive, which isn't really that much of an advantage because a lot of DPS specs have really good self-healing. But at the very least, like, healers don't do great damage generally, but they're somewhat survivable. So... You know, the reason why I kind of put the healer specs on the same area as I did the rogues is because, at the very least, you know, the healers aren't going to do as much damage as rogues, but they will still be able to survive. In some cases, like, I would argue that the healers are genuinely better than Outlaw in many cases. Outlaw is just really not good. But yeah, Augmentation is basically, like, worse Outlaw. It doesn't really have great survivability, and it does no damage in a solo context. So, bit unfortunate. Also, we are very quickly approaching the point where I'm going to have to leave this leveling zone. Which is fine, because I've done most of the good quests here already. I need one more Rot Blossom. Yep. I'm gonna go over there and do those quests, just because I'm pretty sure these turn-ins will get me to 25, at which point I'm going to leave this zone. So... but yeah, as for Devastation, I would say Devastation is, like, a low A tier leveling spec. Okay, yeah, somebody definitely leveled here because Nefaru is dead. And Nefaru has, you know, only one respawn point, so if Nefaru is not up, that means that somebody killed her. Up. But yeah, I would say for Devastation, Devastation is good. It does pretty strong damage for leveling. The only issue is that it's, like, a little bit squishy. It has survivability options. It can be fast, but... Like, I leveled the Devastation Evoker as one of my 70 to 80 speedruns, and it went well, all things considered. But you definitely do need to spend a good amount of time self-healing. The other thing is, like, Devastation is one of those specs where if you have really good Twink gear, you're not going to really feel the downsides quite as much. Because obviously you're going to be very strong. But if you don't have super good Twink gear, then it might be kind of rough. So, be warned, obviously. There's a rare that can spawn around here, so I guess while I'm in the area, I may as well go check for it. A lot of stealth warden on me. I'm just gonna get rid of them now. Okay, I guess this rare isn't up. It has a long patrol range, so it's possible that I missed it, but... It's equally possible that somebody else has just been through here already. One of the nice things, though, is I've spent a lot of time checking various high competition rare spawns on some of the locked servers that I have characters on. And almost all of them are uncontested. Pretty much the only rare spawns that there are people still looking for is stuff like Poseidus. There's a few different locked servers in Cataclysm and, well, eventually MoP, that there's, like, one dude that still plays there, and if I /2, like, they'll be sitting in either Shimmering Expanse or Storm Peaks, looking for Time Lost Protodrake or Poseidus. And that's pretty much all they do. I'd imagine they just keep one character over there for farming things, kind of like I did. Except, obviously, I'm mostly doing it for leveling. Other people do it for rare mounts. But... One cool example of something that I honestly never even knew was a thing is there are rare mobs that can spawn in these zones. The Cataclysm zones, so there's a few random rares in Mount Hyjal, in Vashir, Uldum, etc. And they are, like, super duper rare. Like, rarer than the average Cataclysm revamp zone one. They have, like, really, really, really long respawn timers. You're not gonna find them, basically, in most situations. The thing about those rares is they usually give pretty good gear. In some cases, they actually give level 85 gear, despite being a leveling rare. So they are generally in high demand. Also, I'm going to... I don't need the ring. Do any of these give a necklace? Because I don't have one. That gives a really good belt. Yeah. Use my glyphs now. So, if I wanted to do... You know, okay, these quests are still yellow, and one of them gives a really strong belt, so... I guess I will go do those two, but I'm not going to go and do the other quests on the other side of the zone, because by the time I get to the good stuff, I will have outleveled it already, and it's a lot of travel time, especially with crappy mounts. Yeah.
Hello.
I don't need
Have a
that. Yeah, that's not an upgrade. And then Ogre Thieves. Yeah. Yeah, that's in select. Right. Distracted, what was I saying? I forgot what I was yapping about. Oh yeah, the Cataclysm rares. Right. Yeah, so they are really hard to find in any realistic settings. And normally, you know, I don't do Mount Hyjal as part of retail leveling speedruns, so I've had no reason to even be concerned with them for recent leveling speedruns. But in the context of, like, my 80 to 85 runs on, you know, the Classic, or the Cataclysmic Beta, or even on live servers, I never found one of those rares while leveling. Here's the thing. On the Super Dead servers, you actually find them all the time. There's nobody there, so the rares are up pretty much 100% of the time. And something I had never realized is those rares actually give, like, a ton of experience. It's, like, way more than the Cata Revamp Zone ones give. Whereas, like, I think the Cata Revamp Zone rares give, like, about, what, 80% of a quest? I forget the exact numbers. It's basically a quest, but I think it's either, like, slightly more or slightly less. But the ones in, like, Mount Hyjal and stuff give, like, a quest and a half worth of experience. It's, like, really good. They are just objectively much harder to kill than, you know, the average rare that you'd find in Duskwood or Lochmodan or something like that. They have actual mechanics, and they hit pretty fucking hard. You actually need to have decent leveling gear, like heirlooms, etc., to be able to survive them. But obviously, if I'm in my speedrun gear, that is not a concern. I will dumpster them. And I've been going around on the Undead Warrior that I leveled from the Cataclysm speedrun. I moved that one over to one of the locked servers that I still had, like, a level 1 on. That way I can actually realistically farm stuff. So now I have, like, you know, a high-level character on one of those. And I've been leveling him from 80 to 85, and as I level him up through Mount Hyjal, I've been getting those different rares. And I'm able to reliably beat them with the leveling gear that I have on. So it's not impossible. It's definitely manageable. But, you know, you need to be able to find it, which outside of these dead servers, you won't be able to do. Which I should note, my very first monk, so the super fast speedrun that I'm going to be doing when the pre-patch launches, it will be on a dead server. So that's going to be interesting. But it's going to be doubly important to do for the pre-patch start, because even in a vacuum, it's good to have no competition on rare mobs and stuff, but there are going to be so many people leveling characters at the start of pre-patch, it's going to be really important that I have everything all to myself. Okay, those items don't have primary stat. Strange. Hello, RC LSN. Good to see you.
Need something?
It's the really good belt that I wanted. That quest is just free, so I guess I'll do it. Does this immediately give the Stalvin quest? I mean, considering these quests are just go back and forth and get a big chunk of experience. Don't mind if I do. Still doesn't let me queue for it, huh?
You need something?
Stalvin Mismantle. Okay, none of these rewards are actually good, but... I mean, that's... 4k XP? I guess I could do this before I leave? Like, may as well. Another good thing is I have to, like, stand still for a moment to learn all of my glyphs. And this quest is really fast, excluding the roleplay. But if I start the roleplay, and then I sit here and learn all my glyphs, then, well, problem solved. I have a Google Doc open, and as I level up, I'm taking notes on different, Oh, okay. Started. I'm just gonna sit here and learn all of them right now. Obviously, for an actual speedrun, I would only mail over the glyphs that I intend on using. But I just want to have it all unlocked. Just get it out of the way. I also, at some point, gotta clear my inventory. One thing that I am still deciding on, and I'm honestly, like, I really am not sure, is I don't know if I'm going to do a Panda Monk speedrun or a Blood Elf Monk speedrun on the day of the pre-patch. Because on one hand, I feel like a Panda speedrun would be more thematic, and I do plan on leveling a bunch of Pandaren. So, it's not like one or the other permanently. I'm gonna do a lot of Panda Monk speedruns. In fact, most of like the generic Monk alts that I make will be Pandas. Because I've already explained before how Pandas are just the logical choice for alts. But my main monk that I plan on actually seriously playing, that one is going to be Blood Elf. So really the question is, do I want my very first monk to be the one that I eventually end up maining, or do I want to start off with Panda to be more thematic, and then have to immediately level a new monk? And honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards doing Blood Elf, just because I want the monk that I put the most investment into for leveling to be the one that I level first. And I think it makes logical sense to do it that way. Is my Hearthstone off cooldown? My Hearthstone is off cooldown. So I can't use Zen Pilgrimage yet, because I want to use Zen Pilgrimage the moment I hit level 30. I guess now would be a good time to decide what zone I go to next. I think... it's like, this is the point where you would probably want to just spam dungeons a little bit. So, I'm level 26. Black Fathom Deeps is now no longer available It's a lock. It was a locked dungeon the entire time that I was able to queue for it. That is really weird. It never became unlocked. I really don't know what was going on there. I'm gonna jot that down as a note. Black Fathom Deeps didn't appear until level 23. Was Irma locked, then vanished. Nomergon. 24 to 34 didn't appear until 26. I don't really know what's going on with the Dungeon Finder right now, but this is... like, obviously, it's kind of impossible to test this. Some of my alt accounts are in the MoP beta, so what I might have to do at some point, not on stream, is, like, queue for dungeons at specific level ranges and test to see, like, if I queue for, like, enough times, will I get put into Nomergon, even if it's locked as a specific dungeon? But that's just so weird that, like, Black Fathom Deeps was never available for me at any point. Why Blood Elf? Well, 2 reasons. One, I like Blood Elves. Blood Elves are cool. So, you know, I would ask you, why not Blood Elf? You know? Who doesn't love Blood Elves? And then the more logical reason is Blood Elves are just a very good race. Blood Elves, I think for most people on paper, Panda is the highest DPS race, but Blood Elf has a solid damage ratio. The big thing for Blood Elf, which is relevant in a lot of situations, I don't know how many in MoP, but it's so relevant going forward, especially in dungeons, that it's the reason Arcane Torrent eventually got nerfed. It's the way that Arcane Torrent functions in this era of WoW. An AoE silence is insanely broken. It is very, 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 very powerful. So, although pandas on, like, pure single target might, and I don't know if this is true, but it's what people have said, might be the best damage race, Blood Elves are not bad for damage. They have a good damage ratio, just like, I think it's 1% crit or something like that, which is fine. And then on top of that, they have, like, the single most broken utility ratio in the entire game, to the point where it would eventually get nerfed. It would eventually get completely reworked to be something that it's not. It is fucking crazy how strong Arcane Torrent is. So, yeah, I like Blood Elves in general, but also insane damage ratio, and, like, not only do I plan on doing challenge modes a lot, because I am excited for them, but dungeons are actually extra relevant this time around because of the Celestial dungeons, so... I mean, Arcane Torrent breaks dungeons. It just, like, there are so many pulls that you literally cannot do unless you have one or more Arcane Torrents. And if you have one or more Arcane Torrents, you can do some demonic pulls that are not only, like, would be impossible without it, but are just flat out easy to do with Arcane Torrent. It just makes it a joke. So yeah, that is why Blood Elf, though. Taran has an AoE stun. So, you put a winky face, so I don't know if you're saying that as, like, you know, a little cheeky, like, ah ha ha, you know, it also has an AoE CC, and you understand why that's, like, not a good comparison. Assuming that you are being serious, and I would argue it's probably fair to say that there's going to be someone out there who doesn't understand the difference between Arcane Torrent and, like, Warstomp. For one, Warstomp, it is a stun, it's also subject to diminishing returns. So, Leg Sweep is a thing that exists, and Leg Sweep's a very powerful AoE CC. Leg Sweep is DR with Warstomp. Not to mention, Leg Sweep is instant, Warstomp has a cast time. But the biggest thing about Arcane Torrent is So basically, stomping and stunning nearby mobs is very limited. It's nowhere near as strong as silencing a bunch of mobs. The big thing is that for dungeons, one, Arcane Torrent doesn't just interrupt mobs, it silences them. So the most dangerous part about mobs is obviously their casts. You don't actually care about the mobs like auto-attacking you. Tanks are unkillable. So CCing the mobs, while sometimes potentially useful, you can still do that with something like Leg Sweep,
Safe travels.
is not actually what you care about. That doesn't matter. What you care about is preventing the mobs from casting really dangerous spells. That is the important part. And where do I get large crocodile skin? There's apparently some crocodiles over here that give it. I barely ever do this area. But I think it is objectively what you want to do at this point. Also, this is definitely a period at which I should switch weapons. I'm not going to do that right this second. But, like, right now, if I had Enchanted Elemental Force on Mass McGowan, I would swap now. But I'm instead going to swap the next time I stop by Stormwind because I don't have the enchants on me. But, what was I saying? But yeah, so the big thing is stopping the casts is the most important part. So that is obviously the biggest reason why Arcane Torrent is good. It also silences them, but Arcane Torrent does two things. Not only does it lock down mobs, but because it silences them, it actually helps you get a bunch of mobs grouped up. So there are a lot of caster pulls where if there's a bunch of spread out casters in like a small room, there are only two ways to reliably get those casters grouped up. It's either to sit in the middle of all of them, Arcane Torrent, and then obviously if they can't cast, they're all going to run over to the tank and start attacking them. Or it's to Gorfien's Grasp, which, yeah, obviously Gorfien's is nice to have. But Arcane Torrent not only negates all of the damage from the casts, but it gets the mobs easily grouped up. And if you do a gigantic caster pull, and you have multiple Blood Elves, you can do an Arcane Torrent, you can keep them silenced. You can do another Arcane Torrent, you can keep them silenced again. And you can just rotate Arcane Torrents and keep an entire pull completely locked down for an extended period of time. It is very, very strong. I would imagine that for the purposes of Mists of Pandaria, it might not be quite as valuable because dungeon design at this point wasn't so heavy on the, like, okay, we're going to shove, like, a bajillion kicks down your throat. Obviously, they started doing that a lot more later on. Okay, let's go over here. I guess, yeah, these quests are just kill mobs, so it's, fine, I guess. Okay, rare mob. Sure. One of the things about Northern Stranglethorn is I don't do this zone, like, ever. So I am really not at all familiar with, I forgot to use my, my class buff. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with the rare mob spawn locations. Do I have Vivify? I do have Expel Harm. I also have Detox. What else do I have? I already have Guard. Okay. I have Fort Brew. I already have Touch of Death? Fucking hell. Alright, that seems to be it. You wanted to hear me explain the differences? You made a Taran Paladin, it's making you rethink the Blood Elf? Oh, well, I guess I'm glad I answered. That was a serious question, then yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, so Taran... To my knowledge, Taran is not a bad race. And historically, Taran has been... I don't know if they have that right now. Because, like, racials have gotten reworked so many times over the years. Like, I'll give you an example. I actually played Taran on my monk in Amir Drisel. And Taran is still pretty good, I think, though. Not this at the moment. But back in Amir Drisel, Taran had the crit damage racial. And because, like, later on in an expansion, you already have, like, so much crit chance through a variety of different sources, getting crit damage is not super easy. So the crit damage racial actually ended up being really good. It's, like, one of the only reliable ways to get something like that. So that ended up being strong. Though I think, from what I have heard, numerically, if you are going for, like I said, pure damage, Panda is the way to go because the extra food buff stats are just stronger than anything else that you can get. But, yeah, Warstomp, it's kind of funny. It's a racial that really hasn't changed a whole lot over the years. Warstomp has just never really been good. Like, ever really been good. It's always suffered from the fact that, like, I guess in Classic, it's okay. You still have to cast it, which has always made it a little bit janky to use in Classic. I think there's a lot of Last Shell Raptors over here that I could kill for this quest, yeah. Knockdown on these guys is fucking rough. But yeah, Warstomp has always just been kind of a problematic racial in that there's just no real good use case for it. And especially the big thing is that it gets heavily DR'd. It is, in my opinion, extra bad by this point in time in World of Warcraft because I would say MoP is when they started to add a ton of AoE crowd control effects. Especially, like, if you're playing as Monk, you have Leg Sweep, which is, like, the AoE stun. That's, like, the big one. So, if you already have Leg Sweep, then what do you need to have, yeah, basically, why do you need the other ones? Is what I'm trying to say. There's just no real advantage to Warstomp. Whereas Arcane Torrent just fills a niche. There is absolutely nothing in this game that does what Arcane Torrent does. Which is why it became so mandatory. Like, there's a lot of reasons why Horde became the dominant raiding race, or raiding faction. And it's kind of funny that, like, by Shadowlands, the racials had, like, tilted in favor of Alliance. But the damage had been done by that point. And it's because, you know, things like Arcane Torrent, from Cataclysm onwards, just made it so there was no reason to play Alliance because you needed to have Arcane Torrent to do certain things. Dungeons were the really big thing. I would say Legion probably did the most damage because Mythic Plus is where Arcane Torrent really shines. And challenge modes by association, right? Like, we heavily used Arcane Torrent in a lot of our pulls back in the day, doing, like, fast CM times, but challenge modes just weren't very popular in MoP and WoD. So it didn't really meaningfully impact what people played, but obviously Mythic Plus was very popular, and that's when the general player base realized, like, oh, okay, Arcane Torrent is just kind of insane, and you need to have it. I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna taunt in you. Alright, yeah, that fucking spec is nuts. I just realized I actually never picked a glyph. I would do Fortuitous Sphere, and for Minor Glyph, I don't think it matters. Yeah, because Minor Glyph I would do Water Roll, which I guess I'll pick just because, but there's actually no usable Minor Glyphs for Monk in pre-patch, because all of the good Minor Glyphs are locked behind the other thing. Oh yeah, another thing, Brewmaster has Clash, which is another AoE stun if you use it properly. Definitely much more limited in its scope, but still another example of an AoE stun. Raptor Mastery. Okay. I feel like there's probably some other mobs down there that I'll have to get later. I'm in a bit of an awkward spot. So, yeah, the monk buff is kind of strange because it's... The monk buff is very, like, win more. Is that, like, a good way to put it? The faster you level with the buff up, the more percentage of your leveling you have a 50% XP buff for. So, especially considering the fact that Zen Pilgrimage has a... I have no idea what this drops from. I'm lost here a little bit. I'm gonna kill this mob and see if the display is just, like, the quest tracker's not working for me. Why is this not working? Oh, it's 3 chi. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it is just that the game isn't giving me the correct... Yeah, it's not showing that the quest item drops off these mobs, even though it does. I'm gonna do... Todd. I also don't need that anymore. Did I get... I got all the tumbled crystals, okay. Yeah, so... As much as it sucks not having the 50% buff, I can't really afford to get it right now. Because then I'm gonna get it, and then when I need to have the teleport, it won't be up. So, just awkward timing there. I'm gonna taunt you. Shit. That one evaded. Going to... That's... Learn Disable. Have I gotten any gear upgrades that I can use? I think most of the stuff that I've seen has been intellect or an heirloom slot, so moot point. Level 28, so I won't be here for too much longer. But I don't know. I don't really see where else you would level from 25 to 30. I guess Stone Talon Mountains is not... Like, Stone Talon Mountains is a good leveling zone, and it's objectively better than Northern Stranglethorn, I think, if you're doing the entire thing. But Stone Talon Mountains is a long questline, and I feel like before I got to any of the good stuff, I would already have outleveled it. Whereas here, you know, we're just killing mobs for the most part. This is definitely a dungeon spam section. That you would just do that to get through it quickly. Let's see. So, what would happen if I queued up for dungeons? It says that every single dungeon is locked. I can't queue for it. So what gives? What the heck? What do you mean I can't queue for any of them? I'm going to update my spreadsheet. So it looks like in most cases, the recommended range is a little bit misleading. And up until like a level or two after, it won't actually show up in the pool. There are a decent amount of dungeons at this point, though. Like, Stockades is actually a pretty fast dungeon. It's not bad. Nomergon also is misleading, because Nomergon seems like it would suck, right? You know, it's a really long, really big dungeon, but it's actually not that bad, because there's a lot of skips that you can do in Nomergon. You can skip, like, a ton of the trash, and you can jump down, like, a lot of places. So Nomergon, you could actually speedrun reasonably quickly. Where is this crocodile quest? I think you know what I think is happening? I think it's lying to me again. Because that other quest, the default quest tracker just wasn't working. Which is really annoying because I don't have Questy working on the beta. Let's see. Yeah, okay. It's just lying to me and not showing the correct thing. Oh, whatever. Go. Now we kill panthers. Back in combat. I think stagger keeps you in combat. That appears to be the case. Which is mildly annoying. It's also interesting because I feel like dungeon spam will just end up being more effective in a lot of cases, simply because travel at these levels is so painful. You know, in retail now we have skywriting, So questing is actually really efficient. But when it takes you forever to, still relatively forever, to get from point A to point B, it's tough to justify not just queuing for a dungeon, especially as a tank and getting an instant invite. And then just blitzing through it. And I feel like with all of these XP modifiers, you'll probably never need to spam dungeons. Because, like, I guess when I usually refer to spamming dungeons, I mean it in the sense of rerunning a dungeon multiple times. Just for, like, the end completion bonus. But in this particular case, you wouldn't even really be doing that. Because by the time that you did every dungeon in the bracket, in theory, you'd probably have enough experience to reach the next stage of the bracket. Also by phone. Do a big pull here. What was that? Oh yeah, the quest item, okay. I also haven't seen any chests at all, which feels unusual. Admittedly, I don't have the chest locations memorized for this, but, like, I didn't find any in Duskwood, etc. So. You'd think that I'd run into one at some point. Is everything there? Are there guys in the houses? Yes. And I have a feeling there might be a chest in here. So I'm gonna check the upstairs section. Ah, no chest. That is good damage. Superior Bracers of Power. That is 5 AP. It's actually kind of worse than the lower level bracers I have. None of those mobs gave me jungle remedies. Alright. That mob's not in combat for some reason. Okay, one more. Oh, I see. The mobs are not getting into combat with me because I'm now starting to be too low level for the proximity. Ashtail Raptor Egg Fragment. Huh. How did I get that? That's just a random drop or something? Just, like, turn these quests in? I'll see how close that puts me to 30. Where am I going at 30? Is that, no, Western Plaguelands is 35 to 40. I'll probably want to go there. I should also note I'm probably going to be playing Horde for my, like, actual character, because, well, like I said, I'm leaning between Blood Elf or Pandaren, and I guess the unspoken part there is, even if I do play Pandaren, it's going to be Horde. Obviously, if I play Blood Elf, it'll be Horde. But aside from me mostly playing Horde in general, I feel that Horde is just significantly better for leveling in most cases. especially, you know, in this era of WoW. I think, biggest downside for Alliance at this point in time is just the loss of Lock Modan. Because Lock Modan is just not... Well, it's not a bad leveling zone, but it's a level 10 leveling zone. So, you have it for such a small period, and it overlaps with Red Ridge Mountains. Whereas, Horde can basically do the exact same path in retail of Silverpine into Hillsbrad. Like, that just works. You don't need to avoid it. And you also have Western and Eastern Plaguelands, which from 35 to 45 are by far the best questing zones. And they are really close to Undercity, which is already the area that you're going to be in because of Hillsbrad and Silverpine. And Alliance still wants to level there, but they have to make a long journey to reach it. So it's just kind of awkward. So another great example is Stone Talon Mountains, also a really good zone for Horde, and for Horde, much easier to reach. You know, from Orgrimmar, it's really not that long of a trip. For Alliance, you would have to go all the way over to, Actually, I wonder if Thunderbluff would make it closer. Hard to say. I guess if you're starting Taran, then it would be kind of easy to get there. But you'd have to go all the way down from, like, Darkshore? Yeah, a lot of the really good Alliance leveling zones are fairly isolated. That is tough. And, like, Fellwood's another fairly good zone. That's 45 to 50. That being said, Fellwood's kind of a weird one, because technically speaking, 45 to 60 is dungeon spam all the way. So I'm going to have to figure out something weird for this run, because dungeon spam won't be viable. But in my leveling guide, I'm basically going to tell you, look, you can do XYZ, whatever it is that I managed to find that is my suggestion as an alternative. But I'm going to say, if you do not, basically, if you do not dungeon spam here, be prepared for it to take much, much longer. Like, this is not a, oh yeah, this is a viable alternative. This is, like, straight dungeon spam. It's the only real way to do it. And obviously, it's, like, kind of the same thing for TBC and Wrath. TBC and Wrath are very much dungeon spam expansions. There's, not really a whole lot of efficient quests to do. I would say there's, like, some exceptions. Like, the main thing is you're going to want to hit up any wanted quests. Both expansions have certain sections with, like, really good wanted quest density. So a great example of that would be Dragonblight has a bunch of wanted quests. And there's some quests that aren't even necessarily wanted poster ones, but they are similar enough, where it's just like you kill one mob and you get a quest that, like, tells you to kill another singular mob. So, in theory, in between dungeon queues, you can run around and do those. They give big chunks of experience. You could also do, obviously, Ring of Blood, Crucible of Carnage. That's a no-brainer. Gonna be hard to do without somebody to help you, those ones. But, you know, there's probably gonna be other people willing to run it, so shouldn't be too bad. There's, like, so much travel for these quests. Monk came out in Kata? No, Monk came out in MoP. I'm playing the beta right now, if that's what you're asking. What's the next Keystone Hero class? The one that I'm currently working on is Demo Lock. I'm 5 out of 8 for Demo Lock right now. Am I 5 out of 8? 4 out of 8. I'm mostly done with Demo Lock, though. But that's the current one. The next one is... What did I say I was going to do? I think the next one that we have planned is Havoc, but I'm already, like, actively working on Havoc. The way that I've started doing the Necropanther also said, is this PTR? MoP came out. No, MoP did not come out. This is beta, which is basically PTR. But yeah, I've been approaching a lot of the Keystone Hero characters, like, in tandem. So I've already started working on Havoc a good amount. And the plan for next week, because obviously this coming week there is a lot of stuff that I need to get done to finish the leveling guides. Also, that worked out well. That was the Tiger Mastery MoP. Okay, cool. I guess I'm gonna turn in these quests and see if that's just, like, enough to get me to level. It might be. But yeah, I have a lot of stuff that I need to do for this, so that's going to be my primary focus for, like, the next 7 days, but I'm not putting the challenge on hold. I still gotta get my weekly vaults, so I am planning right now to get a single key done for most classes. I'm not going to put in a ton of effort for most of them. The exception to that is going to be both Havoc and Demo Lock. I would really like to have both of those just over and done with. I don't want to have to worry about them anymore. So if I... so I'm going to probably do, like, 4 dungeons on each of them, just to finish off those challenges. That would put us at 15 out of 39. And then for all of the remaining classes, I'm just going to do a single dungeon just to get the Great Vault. And we'll worry about the rest later on. There's also a chance that I end up doing slightly more, because I'm not going to go out of my way to do any keys, but if, like, one of my friends in my guild needs help with their keys, I may end up doing, like, slightly more. But we'll see. I think the crocodile quest will complete automatically, and I won't need to go back and turn it in, so this should be quite nice. I need to loot them. Really not getting many of these crocodile skins, huh? Quest is annoying, because it's not just kill X amount of mobs, it's you have to get the stupid drop. There we go. And of course it couldn't just be that easy. I guess at this point I'll just do all of these quests and turn it in, and it's probably going to get me closer to level 31, but that's fine. Especially because, did I ever decide where I wanted to level 30 to 35? I don't think I did. I'm not really sure what zone would work for that. That's a very awkward leveling range. I think realistically, I might have to do hinterlands. There's really not any good options outside of dungeon spam. Ugh. Okay. Also, in hindsight, might have been better for me to stay in Duskwood until, like, level 27. Because even with some of those quests at green, it probably would have been fine. Like, I think it still would have been better to do a bunch of those quests instead of leaving early. Panther Mastery is... oh yeah, Bagthera. I'll do Tethys while I'm down here. It's also... I believe there is an Ogre rare that can spawn over here, so... go check. Alright, where is Tethys? Really miss having Questy. Oh, there he is. Send a Touch of Death, why not? And then... Bagthera. And this'll definitely get me to 30. It might be enough to get me to 31. I guess the real question is if I'm planning on doing Hinterlands, which I think Hinterlands is fine because I need to get up north anyways because I will want to do Western Plaguelands. So... it's like a lot of travel time to get to Hinterlands, but it's not a waste of travel time. Because it's like, where else are you gonna level 35 to 40? And Felwood is Felwood 45 to 50? Yeah. And yeah, Dustwallow Marsh is not a good leveling zone. Thousand Needles is not a good leveling zone. Feralus is not a good leveling zone. Yeah, you have to level in Plaguelands. It's like so much better. So now the dungeons are unlocked. For some reason, I don't know what is happening right now. It's Bagthera. There's Bagthera. I also theoretically, like, I could have set my Hearthstone to Nessingwary's Expedition here to save a little bit of time. Not a huge deal. What would be the fastest way to get up north? I think I would start by taking the Deep Run tram. You'd want to go to Ironforge first. And then... yeah, there really is no good way to get to Hinterlands. There is... there's like a goblin rocket thing that takes you pretty far up north. But it doesn't go there. It's a tough one. This is definitely a good example of a situation where, like, Warlock summons make a massive difference for this type of leveling. And I'm planning on having, like, alt Warlocks to, carry me around, but... the thing is, ironically, I'm mostly going to be playing Horde, and it will matter less for Horde, but... that's what it is. Alright, that's 30. I get a new talent, so that's neat. Honestly, I'd like Cheever's better. Put that there, too.
Well met. For the Alliance. What's on your mind?
Let's see. Okay, that's just... yeah, that's a straight upgrade. Big Game Hunter, what is that? Banglash, okay, well... yeah, I'm not gonna go all the way down there. I also get nothing out of it.
Hey, how you doing?
Celsior. That would be an upgrade, but I would have to go all the way down there and all the way back. And that
Buy and trade.
does not sound super ideal.
Light bless you.
I don't know. I'm not sold on... sold on it. The other problem is I would want to use Zen Pilgrimage right now, in theory, to get back to Stormwind, but I'm about to do a lot of travel. I wouldn't want to get the experience buff. So that would kind of fuck me for 30 minutes. Now, I happen to have my Hearthstone set here, but in theory, I don't know how you do that. Yeah, it's really awkward. trying to do this normally. Honestly, I think if you were leveling casually, this would be the type of situation where... Also, I should grab Heroes Call quests. Heroes Call, Southern Barrens. Okay. It's kind of interesting because I remember the Heroes Call quest for Red Ridge Mountains actually gave, like, notable experience and a gear reward. But it looks like that is the exception, not the rule. Most Heroes Call quests are still just breadcrumbs.
What can I do?
Nothing more.
What can I do for you?
Okay, so I have some flight paths unlocked. I think it's probably faster to fly to Ironforge just because your Hearthstone would take you to the entrance of Stormwinds. And yeah, the amount of time that it would take to go all the way over to the tram, ride it, and then go all the way out would be longer than it would take to just talk to the Flight Master. At least, I think that would be the case. Let's... Witch Brews. Yeah, for casual leveling, I think you would, if you didn't have your Hearthstone set, you would just send Pilgrimage, not do your quest, take the portal to Stormwinds, travel all the way up to Hinterlands, and then wait for Zen Pilgrimage to be back up, do it, get your buff, and then you would use Zen Pilgrimage Return. Obviously, if you weren't a monk... If you're not a monk, then it's probably not even worth using your Hearthstone as like a movement thing anyways. You just keep it in Stormwinds, because that'll end up saving more time overall. In which case, you know, you don't need to worry about the monk buff anyways. I forgot to switch my heirlooms. Alright. That's fine, it's not gonna matter. I will do that before we continue, but we'll take a break anyway. I guess what would be the fastest way? The nice thing is, I suppose, if you're starting as a dwarf, Loch Modan might honestly be a better place than Red Ridge into Duskwood. No, but yeah, you want to do Duskwood anyway. So... I think the big thing is, what do you do from 10 to 15? Maybe you just skip Red Ridge. I'll have to test that again. The only problem is, if you're starting as a human, and you do Elwyn Forest, it's like, where do you level from 10 to 15? Because it's supposed to be Westfall. But you don't really want to do that. That's, not ideal. So, the short answer, I guess, would be Loch Modan, but getting to Loch Modan would be problematic at an early level. It's a fairly isolated zone. The one nice thing could be, though, if you do Lochmodon first, then when you eventually go to head up north for Hinterlands, you're already there. Or, well, not already there, but you already have a flight path, is what I mean. And you can fly directly to Felsimer, which would cut down significantly on travel time. It's interesting how there's, like... They definitely went for, like, multiple distinct leveling paths. Because you could go Lochmodon, Wetlands, Arathi Highlands, Hinterlands, Western, Eastern, and then it kind of, you know, you hit a brick wall, and there's nothing. It's kind of interesting how, like, from 45 to 60, they just, like, ran out of shit to put in. They made the exact same mistake in Cataclysm as they did in Vanilla. Where, in Vanilla, there's, like, a ton of quests in the early levels, and then it just dies out later on. And they did a quest revamp, and then literally repeated the same exact mistake of not finishing the high-level zones. Which is kind of fine, because, like, dungeon spamming ends up being really effective, but... it feels really bad, especially in a situation like this, where, you know, I'm on the beta. I can't dungeon spam. I do think that... I honestly think this is probably faster than... like, if I went to Felsimer... I don't know, man. Can I climb up this hill? I could definitely make it up there. Let's see about that. Yeah, I think Pandas and Worgans definitely should go straight into Red Ridge. I think it's a case of, like, if you're playing like a human, a night elf, etc., then you do your starting area up to level 10. Then in that case, you do Lochmodon maybe all the way to 20, and then switch to Duskwood. And then do Duskwood, Northern Stranglethorn. But for Pandas and stuff, it's better to just do Red Ridge and then Duskwood. I feel that sounds about right. It almost looks like I should be able to get up here, but it's... doesn't quite work out that way. I'm gonna see if there's, like, an opening in the cliff here. Well, there's definitely an opening for monks. But... are you freaking kidding me? You can definitely make it up onto that ledge. You just need to angle that correctly. There might just be a way to walk up from here. I love the gnome music. I hate gnomes, but god damn, the Cataclysm gnome music is so good. Okay, here. And Yeah, this is probably faster than going all the way through Lochmadon, because you'd have to go all the way over here. And then... Geronimo! Right. Okay. That's a problem. I did not hit wetlands. I thought I was gonna pass into wetlands. Unfortunately, I didn't. Alright. Well. You see, so Kagariako put a question mark. The goal was to roll into wetlands, die, hit the checkpoint, res here. Basically, I'm doing like the classic WoW skip strat. Is there like, what would be the alternative? I suppose you could like boat hop if you wanted to, because you can get to Menethil Harbor. So another alternative way to reach it would be, honestly, this is probably faster, but now I just want to see if this is a viable option. You could go to Stormwind Harbor. You could take the boat to or I guess it's not Aberdeen anymore, Lordanel, or I guess it would be Ruttherin Village. So you take the boat to the Ruttherin little port thing that they have. You hop over to the Menethil Harbor boat, and then you take that. I believe that's still a thing? And then, after you get to Menethil Harbor, then it's just kind of a long walk. Now, what I'm curious about is I obviously have Sea Turtle. I feel like it's probably faster to just hop on my Sea Turtle and book it up through the water instead of having to run all the way around. Because it's quite a detour to go all the way through wetlands, all the way across the bridge, all the way over here to Refuge Point, grab the flight path all the way over there, when you could just get to Menethil Harbor and just go bloop, beeline. Very hard to say. You could also just not use a Sea Turtle and just swim. Alright. Well, now... quite the pickle I've landed myself in. I want to say that I get enough distance. This roll? Yes! Okay, we're in wetlands. That's the important part. And then Yeah, I have to take res sickness here. So, obviously, the 10-minute penalty is, you know, maybe a little bit unfortunate. But it worked. It's just a lot harder to pull off than in Classic. Yeah, I think the boat hop strategy would be better. Not to mention, that would be very difficult to do properly if you are
Good day to you.
not a monk. Monks are obviously a little bit privileged there. And then I guess you swim. And you just do this. Yeah, this is rough. There's really just no other good way to get to Western Plaguelands unless I'm forgetting something, but nah. Like, the only other realistic, semi-realistic way would be to somehow hitch a ride off the Horde Zeppelin, but that would require you to get into Gromgol base camp without dying as a low-level character, and you would just get one shot by the guards. So, I mean, no, that would not work. Shit. I mean, I can just ignore this guy, right? Like, he's not gonna dismount me. Yeah, damn, Alliance have been rough, huh? It's kind of dungeon spam or bust. And there really aren't any other great options, because it's like, you could do Stone Talon. That's also a lot of running. There's no easy way to get there. And, like, Darkshore is not a good leveling zone in the Kata rework. Ashenvale's not very good. And then, like, Felwood poses the exact same problem for Alliance. It's an okay Horde zone, just because getting there as Horde is not super difficult, and, like, in theory, Druids could theoretically teleport Moonglade to get there. But how are Alliance gonna get to Felwood? Especially because you don't have flying. So you can't just, like, hop over to Darkshore and fly up. Like, you can't. You have to take the long way around. That is way too much travel time for it to be worth it. What else? Dustwallow Marsh. Dustwallow conflicts with Plaguelands. The one plus side of Duskwallow is... Oh, I died of fatigue? Alright. What happens now? Oh, hey. Well, that works, I guess. Am I gonna get killed by the Dark Rangers? Okay, no, they're low level. Now we just run. I mean, that kind of feels like a semi-unavoidable res sickness there. You're doing this efficiently. I don't know. I think, realistically speaking, you would make this trek while spamming dungeon queues. And there's a good chance that by the time you get to Hinterlands, you're already, like, close to level 35 by, you know, finishing dungeons. Yeah, it's actually such a colossal advantage for Horde in terms of their proximity. Missing anything? I know there's a quest in like Light's Hope Chapel. There's a quest over here that takes you to the Badlands. But I mean, I don't really think there's any way, any like fast travel up here for free. Which feels weird. But I only got like Hero's Call for Southern Barrens and for Cape of Stranglethorn. I didn't get a Hero's Call quest for Hinterlands. But then, like, what's the point? Southern Barrens. And even, like, getting the Southern Barrens is Alliance. Yeah, it even says the only way to get there is Booty Bay to Ratchet. You'd have to go all the way down to Booty Bay, and then take the boat, which would still require you to walk. There's no good options. I guess theoretically you could take the boat to Theramore? So you could take Stormwind Harbor, Theramore, and then swim? But that sucks. That's not really a great option. Man. Really no good choices here. There's not a lot. Desolus is interesting. I've barely ever done... I think I did it like once right after Cataclysm came out for the first time. The reworked Desolus questline. But that is one that I've very rarely ever done. I don't think it's very good. And it's a very isolated zone. Yeah.
Great to meet you.
So fun. Go Horde and faction change at 85. Yeah. I mean, at that point, just buy a boost, right? But I know you're joking, obviously. Interesting. Are there no quests here for Alliance? Is there really not a single Hinterlands quest? So it's a Horde leveling zone only? Oh my god, Alliance is doomed as fuck. Hinterlands, Alliance, quests, Cataclysm. No, there's definitely Hinterlands quests. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place? Yeah. Okay, no, I'm not crazy. They're definitely... Okay, here's a quest. There's definitely Alliance quests in the Hinterlands. There's way more Horde quests.
Well met. Keep your feet on the ground. Be good.
Okay, there's some.
What can I do for you?
This connects directly to Ironforge.
See you soon.
Okay, so I actually... That's interesting that you do not need Refuge Point as a flight path. You can just fly directly back to Ironforge if needed. Let me look for the other Alliance quests, because I know there's more. You can literally see them here. It looks like one of the hubs is out here somewhere. And there appear to be some quests at the Quel'Danil Lodge. I mean, it's not good. This is not a good leveling zone, but it's something. And Western Plaguelands is like the only real viable option. I'm gonna do another character and try Stone Talon into Desolace. Yeah. I think I need to cook a bit more with Alliance for questing. Because, like, okay, the problem is, it's very easy to say just dungeon spam, right? And although that might be the objectively correct answer, there needs to be some efficient quest route. It can't just be like, yeah, the shit's doomed, dungeon spam. Like, that cannot be the solution. But no. The problem I see is... Okay, so Western Plaguelands is okay. It's fine. In my opinion, it's better, significantly better for Horde than it is for Alliance. It's like okay for Alliance. But there's just really not that much else that's great in that leveling range. But because it requires so much time to get to, it's really tough. And then the big one is Eastern Plaguelands. Eastern Plaguelands is exactly the same for both Alliance and Horde, and Eastern Plaguelands is just a very good leveling zone. It's like on par with, you know, Duskwood, Silverpine, etc. We don't do it in retail because the biggest issue that Eastern Plaguelands has is there is a lot of front-loaded roleplay. And in this context, it's not that big of a deal because the roleplay considerably... It's not that long, right? It's not the worst thing ever. In the context of retail, it is kind of the worst thing ever. You can't speed it up. So it is very dead as a retail viable zone. But it's good. It's really good. And, like, Horde will definitely quest there. Like, yeah, that's kind of the thing about the Horde route. The Horde route is so extremely simple that it's just like, why... You don't need to do anything special. Yeah, so this is where there's apparently some more quests.
You got my attention.
Hello, great.
How are ya? Off with you.
I mean, that seems fine. I'm sure that these also probably breadcrumb into something. There's also a necklace off that. How fast is dungeon spamming in MoP compared to this? Join when you said it can't be doomed. Well, it depends on the level range, but there are certain segments where dungeon spamming is, like, exponentially faster. Like, so much faster. This would be a good example, especially for Alliance. Late 30 to, like, basically, like, late 20s, 28-ish to 35, running dungeons is, like, really, 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 really good for both Horde and Alliance. After Hillsbrad, there's kind of like a, 10-level void, where you could do Hillsbrad up to 28 very safely. I think I did it all the way up to 30 in my Undead run. But there's just not really much that you can do after that. You would technically do Stone Talon, which Stone Talon is good, but it would require a lot of travel time. So if you weren't dungeon spamming, Horde would do Stone Talon. Now, getting to Stone Talon as Horde is not that bad at all. It's relatively close to Orgrimmar. So it would be faster for sure, because then what you could do is you could dungeon spam, you could finish up Hillsbrad, dungeon spam a little bit as you make your way over to Western Plaguelands, and then kind of by the time you get to the entrance of Western Plaguelands, in theory, you're 35. And then you do Western Plaguelands while still running a dungeon or two. You cut out the end of Western Plaguelands, because this is really good at the start. Like, this section of the zone, the western side, the western Plaguelands is good. This section, like the northern part, terrible. It's really bad. You don't want to do that. So you cut that out entirely, but the intro section is very strong. And then Eastern Plaguelands you could basically do in its entirety. It's just very, very good. In fact, you honestly might want to, because I think dungeons dry up a little bit at that point. The point at which dungeon spam is insanely efficient is ballpark level 48 to level 58. From that point on until TBC, you just slam non-stop dungeons. Then dungeon spam is just the fastest way to level in both TBC and Wrath, because obviously the quest design is pretty terrible. So the big thing, Azuro, I don't know if you watched my Cataclysm Brought Warrior run, but there's this really weird thing where during that range, you have access to Detention Block for Blackrock Depths. And Detention Block, I don't know if if the Dungeon Journal works. Yeah, they do have it working. Detention Block is one boss. It is High Interrogator Gerston. You start at the entrance, you run right to her, you kill her, you get random dungeon credit. So it is the single fastest dungeon completion out of any dungeon out there. It is super quick. And the thing is, during that range, there are only 2 different dungeons that you can even get. It is Blackrock Depths Detention Block and Sunken Temple. I think at the lower levels, it's not Sunken Temple. It's like, I think it's Ultimon and Detention Block, and then at a certain point you out-level Ultimon, and then it's Blackrock Depths Detention Block and Sunken Temple. Then eventually, I think at the higher levels, you get the later sections of Blackrock Depths. So then it's like Blackrock Depths Inner City or whatever it's called. And that's problematic because in that situation, it's possible to queue into a inner city and it doesn't tell you which one it is. At least in Cataclysm it didn't. So you would just have to kill the boss and hope that you get completion credit. And if you didn't, then you're like, oh shit, it's the other Blackrock Deathswing. And the really weird quirk with that is what I managed to find out is if you get into a detention block and you're like level 47 or whatever, and you get somebody who's like level 56, well, oh shit, there's another person here.
That is great.
On the beta. Godspeed to them. But if you get detention block at a low level and you have a high level in your group, if you re-queue the dungeon with them, it is impossible for the dungeon to roll anything other than detention block, because it's like your possible options on your end are like Ultimon and detention block. The possible options for the high level are Sunken Temple and detention block, but they are too high level for Ultimon, you are too low level for Sunken Temple, so the literal only dungeon that the two of you can queue into is detention block. So, if you get into a group with people on both ends of the range, you can spam re-queue with them for like multiple dungeons in a row, get guaranteed detention block every single time, and run that over and over and over and over for like 2-minute dungeon completions. It's really good. If you're faced left right when you get into BRD, it's the long one. Oh, is that a thing? Is there like a way to tell? Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. But that's good to know. But yeah, that is like undeniably the best way to level from like 46 or whatever. It's what I did for the Kata Warrior speedrun, except when I did it in the speedrun, I literally would just try to queue for detention block. If I get it, I run it. Otherwise, I leave group and try again later. And I did that for science, right? To see if, like, if I played the game like that, would the slash playtime be good? And it was. Yeah, it was insanely fast. The amount of time that it took me per level was, like, stupid. Faces you hard left when it's the long one. I will try to remember that whenever I have to do that. So, to my knowledge, that is still the case in MoP. I don't really think they tinkered with that too much. They haven't changed any of the old world scaling. They haven't really tinkered with the dungeons much. So, a lot of the stuff that was implemented in Cataclysm is like basically the same in MoP. So I'm pretty sure that will still be the case. And the biggest issue is there's like no good questing hubs after level 45. The best one is maybe Searing Gorge. Searing Gorge is like fairly dense and has a big concentration of just kill mobs and get like wanted quests. So you could go there. Only problem with Searing Gorge is it's kind of a pain in the ass to reach. Like, I guess if you're Alliance, it's not that bad, but like, how do you get here as Horde? You don't. There's like, what do you do to get there as Horde? You would have to... Really, you would have to take there's like a fast travel after, what's it called? At the end of Eastern Plaguelands, there's like a rocket that takes you to Fuse Light in Badlands. So you could take the rocket over here, and then you do the Badlands quests, and then you could eventually get to Searing Gorge, but realistically, there's no easy way to get to that section. When do you stop running dungeons? I mean, honestly, never. After Eastern Plaguelands, kind of never. You really would want to spam dungeons. What I'm trying to figure out is, are there at least decent quests that you can run in between dungeons? But leveling without doing any dungeons in Cataclysm is actually fucking painful. It really slows down at certain sections. And, like, you could obviously level through TBC and Wrath with quests, but a lot of the quests are not good. So the way that you would want to level in TBC and Wrath is, like, target the most efficient quests in certain zones as you span dungeons. So you would do, like, wanted quests in Borean Tundra, then wanted quests in Dragonblight, and are there? Not sure if there's efficient stuff in Zul'jin that you could do, or I know there's like a pretty good chunk in Dragonblight, but honestly, Wrath and TBC dungeons are also generally pretty fast. Like, obviously, we spam TBC Chromie time in retail, so those dungeons are not bad to spam, period. And the main thing is there's so many of them that, especially if you have, like, heirlooms and stuff, a lot of times you will only need to run, like, a duplicate dungeon once or twice before you start reaching new ones. Now, TBC is a little bit weird because, obviously, at the higher levels, you're going to get, Escape from Durnhold, Black Morass, and stuff. So TBC is really good dungeon spam up to, like, 67, 68, which I think is around when you get that. That being said, you can start doing Utgard Keep at 68. So I think at a certain point, you can ditch TBC, start doing Wrath. I also think that for speedrunning purposes, it's definitely worth doing a lot of the Netherstorm wanted quests. Area 52 has a lot of really good elite quests that you could probably solo on, like, a reasonably geared leveling character. Definitely for speedruns, I would be able to solo all of them. But I think most people should be able to do it. And, like, getting to Netherstorm isn't very hard, right? Because, like, you're going to enter in Hellfire Peninsula, and you'll have flying by this point. So getting to Netherstorm is just, point A, point B, fly from Hellfire. It's reasonably fast, even with slow flying. Pretty direct. And then Area 52 is on the south end, so you just do all those quests, boom, you're done. So that would give, like, a big chunk of experience. There's also the section over here, that little town area, is pretty good. There's some good quests there. Trying to think. Nessingwary Safari, I don't really feel holds up. It was, like, good back in TBC, but there's way too much killing required to make that effective. I don't really think you would want to spam it. The good thing about the wanted quests is that you kill a single mob, right? Like, on a monk, you could probably just touch of death the mob, and then boom, that's like a big chunk of XP right there. Shadowmoon Valley, I think, might have a handful that you could do. What are the recommended levels? This is 67 to 60, or yeah, 67 to 70. So it's about the same. So you could do both of those. I would say that's probably what I would do when I hit level 67, is I would head to those zones, start doing the wanted quests in between dungeon queues, and then I don't think I would immediately head to Northrend at 68. I would start finishing up those, and maybe, like, queue for a dungeon, queue for a TBC dungeon, hope to hit Mechanar. I don't know, like, what the exact numbers are on level ranges, but Mechanar is really good. Botanica is not amazing, but I think if I hit Botanica, I would run it for quests. Arcatraz, I would instantly leave. I don't know if you can get Magister's Terrace. I would do that, but I'm not sure. What other dungeons? Shadow Labs is fine. Shadow Labs is not super long and has decent quests. What other dungeons are there? Steam Vault, I think, is... Steam Vault kind of sucks, honestly. Do not like Steam Vaults. Not sure if you'd want to run that. There's a lot of ones. They're like kind of shit. Shattered Halls is pretty terrible. I forget exactly which levels you get them. And then there's the obvious, like, Escape from Durenhold, insta-leave. What's it called? Black Morass, insta-leave. They're pretty rough. Given you're spamming dungeons for a fuck ton of time, do you think you could route in, like, getting profession shit done? Possibly, yeah. I mean, realistically speaking, though, like, I guess, it depends on why you're asking. The only real reason to do profession stuff would be engineering for, like, the gizmos and whatnot. Like, get yourself a special belt enchant, like nitro boosts. In theory, that might be worth it. But otherwise, what would be the point, right? Because any consumables you could just mail yourself. And if you're not mailing yourself materials, then you wouldn't be able to level professions anyway. Unless you're just asking purely from a, would it be like a good way to make money or something? And that I don't really know for sure. I mean, that kind of is subjective. Personally, well, initially I was gonna do Inscription, but earlier in this stream, I spent time researching how the monk inscription stuff works, and I've now realized that none of the discovery stuff is likely to be available on pre-patch anyways. So the only glyphs that I actually need, I should be able to learn directly from the trainer. And that will only require me to have a character on whatever server I'm leveling my monk on one of my alts. You can mail it to yourself. You were just thinking something to do. Gotcha, yeah. I guess you're thinking more along the lines of like a solo self-found type of play run. Which... yeah, I guess you could do that. There's definitely... Cata leveling is not... Well, and by association, MoP leveling is not so fast that you would not be able to reliably route in professions. Professions could still be done. We're not at, like, sub 5 hour times. Unless you get, like, the Elixir of Rapid Mind, which, A, isn't even accessible until the expansion comes out, and B, even once it is accessible, it'll only work up to level 85. So the last 5 levels you'd still need to do legit. So no matter how you slice it, the full MoP leveling experience would take quite a while. But obviously, if we're just talking 1 to 85, if you have full heirlooms, if you have Elixir of the Rapid Mind, like, yeah, then we're approaching retail times, but then the run would look very wacky. I haven't even begun to think about how I would route an Elixir of the Rapid Minds run. I'm going to try and do one eventually, but that is, like, so far beyond what I'm interested in right now, because, like, that's not applicable to the average person. So that's going to be something where I fully plan on doing a run like that later into MoP Classic. But first, I need to farm the potions. I have a few of them on MoP Classic beta right now, and I think what I might do is I might put in a clip at the end of the guide and drink one of those potions and, like, level and compare the times and just put in, like, a 30-second, like, and by the way, later on we'll be able to get these potions, and obviously I didn't take them into account in my guide, but if you do get these, look at how fast you can level up. And then I'll mention that, like, later in the expansion I'm gonna try and set up, like, a godlike speedrun with those potions and stuff like that, and just see how far you can push it. But the routing for something like that would be completely silly, because nothing scales in this era of WoW. So you'd have to basically constantly move. The only way in which a run like that would even be practical is if you were maybe not getting boosted, but like boosting yourself almost. Like getting Warlock summons to places. Even if you're still doing all the work on your own, like Warlock summons are basically a must. It's kind of weird. It's another thing that's kind of interesting is like for the pre-patch, I'm debating where I want to have my Warlock summons posted. And I think one of them will definitely be a riding trainer, just because getting that taken care of will be much easier than having to like run for it myself. But I think another location that I'm going to have Warlocks posted, I'll probably also have a Warlock to summon me to Undercity. I'm going to have a Warlock in the Darkmoon Fair. And then I think I'll have a Warlock in Stone Talon Mountains, the entrance, so that I don't need to run there myself. Because there's a lot of travel time that's just kind of unavoidable. We don't have dragon riding. We can't just zip from location to location. And you can't unlock all flight paths automatically, so you can't just fly there. But, I mean, it kind of is just like, Stone Talon Mountains is a level 25 zone. How are you expected to get there unless you happen to quest in Ashenvale? Like, I guess maybe they... I feel like the way it's designed is these zones are meant to follow a sequential order. It's meant to be done like, okay, I do Durotar into Shara, into Ashenvale, into Stone Talon, into Desolace, into Feralus, into Thousand Needles, into Tenaris, into Ungoro, into Silithus. Like, that actually forms a direct, 1 to 60 path throughout the entire continent. It actually is pretty clean if you look at it like that. It's not bad. The issue is, this zone has no fucking quests, so it's kind of like a fake leveling zone. They still didn't really add anything to Silithus, so it's not really 55 to 60. Like, are there any actual 55 to 60 zones? Blasted Lands actually has quests, yeah. So, like, in theory, that's clearly what, in their vision, that is what Blizzard was going for when they did the Cataclysm redesign. But, like, Ungoro's actually not bad. Tenaris is, like, not great. They kind of fucked it with the rework. The Tenaris questline is, it's not good. And Thousand Needles, I actually quite like the reworked Thousand Needles, but the reworked Thousand Needles is, like, very roleplay heavy. I remember this is a zone that I did a handful of times back in the day, because I found it to be very fun to quest in, but the reasons why I liked it are not speedrun related. It would never work for speed leveling. There's like extended roleplay boat rides across the water. It would not work. Feralus is... it has no real through line. Desolace I haven't done in a long time, I forget. Ashenvale is like a bunch of disconnected hubs. Like, it's... it's not great. Ashara is like, has some good hubs, but is, again, very disconnected. Like, I think technically speaking, there are enough quests in Ashara to get you to level 20. But that's why it's like, it's kind of weird, because Ashara is like 10 to 15, and then like, yeah, if you literally 100% the zone and go to like every nook and cranny, you can maybe get level 20 out of here. But nobody's realistically doing 15 to 20 in Ashara. That's insane. But then like the Barrens starts at level 10. Ashara is generally better than the Barrens, but neither one of these is remotely as good as Silverpine Forest. So no matter how you slice it, you're going to do Silverpine into Hillsbrad. It is still the best combo, but then where does that leave you? Now you're stranded at Hillsbrad Foothills, and you Arathi Highlands? Well, Arathi Highlands is kind of incomplete. It's a bunch of disjointed hubs. So the through line here is meant to be Silverpine, Hillsbrad, Arathi, Hinterlands, Western Eastern Plaguelands, That's like what they're going for, and then it sends you all the way down. There's a little rocket ship all the way down here. Badlands, Searing Gorge, Burning Steppes. Where? And then, like, what? You do Swamp of Sorrows, Blasted Lands? I guess that's what they're going for. Much more of a reach, right, than before. Don't you usually go to TBC at 58? Yeah. I mean, so what I'm talking about more like what Blizzard's intended vision was. Yeah, in terms of like what you as a player do, yeah, you do TBC at 58. Immediately the moment you hit 58, you jump ship and you don't touch any of this stuff. But realistically speaking, they should have aimed when designing this. I know I'm kind of dunking on like the design of what people did back in 2011 or whenever this came out, you know, kind of ship has sailed for constructive criticism at this point. But it is kind of interesting to look at how there really just is no way to do the last 5 levels realistically. It's kind of a mess. Like, Winter Spring is only until 55. You really just expected the dungeon spam. It's, not very good. You end up skipping... Yeah, definitely good point. Far Screams, that was the next thing I was going to say. The problem with that through line, right, of even if it's all perfect, Ashara, Ashenvale, this is assuming that you have literally no XP modifiers, and you do every quest in the zone, and then by the end you reach the required level. And like, yeah, if you have no XP modifiers and you're doing it as Blizzard intended, then it all lines up really well. But what actually happens in practice, as we've seen in this run so far, is it's like, oh, I've gotten only halfway through Duskwood, and I've now already outleveled the zone. So I did half of Duskwood, and now it's time to move on, so... Okay, I guess I do Northern Stranglethorn, but... Oh, well, yeah, now I'm already level 30. I've already done all of Northern Stranglethorn. And then, I guess you're intended to do Cape of Stranglethorn, 30 to 35, but Cape of Stranglethorn sucks massive donkey dick, so... I'm not doing that. It's just really weird. There's... The biggest issue with the Kata revamp zones is the quality is, like, extremely binary. There are zones like Lochmodan, Red Ridge, Duskwood, Elwyn Forest, Silverpine, Hillsbrad, Stone Talon Mountains, Fellwood. I'd throw Ashara in there too. And these zones are all phenomenal. They're really good. And then you have a bunch of zones that are complete duds, and they may as well just not exist. It's like infinitely slower than any of these other options. So you really have 2 options. You can either level through the zone that sucks. Well, I guess you have 3 options, right? You level through the zone that sucks. You hop constantly across the world to pick and choose the best leveling zones, which adds a lot of travel time. Or you dungeon spam. So... most people dungeon spam, especially because dungeon spam doesn't require you to travel all the way out to a zone only to outlevel it in a short amount of time. Do you think it would be too hard for Blizz to implement auto-scaling for MoP Classic? Too hard? No. If they really wanted to, they absolutely could. Are they going to do it? Definitely not. And would it be, like, trivial? No. They would need to put in some effort to make it working. Because auto-scaling, I don't think they did it for a while. Auto-scaling was like BFA. It's not a new thing. It's not like a fairly recent thing. If I recall, they did readjust some of the scaling. I think like mobs scaled within a certain range at some point, but BFA was when like all zones scaled from like 10 to 60 in this range. That's when you could do Red Ridge, Duskwood, Lochmodan, and Lochmodan would start scaling up to 60. So, I don't know. I don't know how easy it would be to do. It definitely would not be impossible, but it would require a good amount of effort, which they probably wouldn't want to do. Yeah, it's really weird because, like, obviously, I already know
that when I'm leveling my character in the pre-patch, I am mostly going to be spamming dungeons. I am not going to be doing this. And I play tanks mostly, so I'm gonna have tank queues pretty much the entire time. But the problem is, I make leveling guides, and I know that like the target audience for my leveling guide is not the person like me who is good at tanking and can just queue up a dungeon as a tank, slam a bunch of tank dungeons, and get out. You don't need me to give you a guide for that, right? Like that's pretty straightforward. I guess it would probably help to know, like to hear me confirm, like, yes, that is the fastest way to level for certain segments. I'm sure a lot of people would be happy, like, okay, I'm glad I'm doing the right thing. But for a lot of other people, it's like, well, what if you're playing a class that doesn't have a tank spec? What do? It's going to be harder to get into dungeons. Do you really just, like, sit here and, stick your thumb up your butt while you wait for the queue to pop? Obviously, that's not an efficient use of your time. So I don't know. And I also think that it would just be very lazy of me to just give a binary answer of like, yeah, just spam dungeons. There's no real nuance to that, and I don't. That's not a guide, right? But there's only so much I can do. Like, I want to find some sort of rough route that I think was the level squish was Shadowlands now. BFA started the leveling rework, but the level squish was Shadowlands pre-patch. It has been a while, though, for sure. But yeah, I feel like there's definitely a point when it comes to making a guide where I think if there is an option that is roughly competitive with dungeon spamming, I want to make sure that it's mentioned and thoroughly explained in my guide. If there is a section of leveling, like 50 to 60, where it is just very undeniably clear that there is no good option other than dungeon spamming, that's just how the game is designed, I'm not going to just force a questing route. I'm not, like, my guide will not be how to do, 1 to 85 only questing. No. I'm going to give you quest alternatives when possible, and especially when sometimes they are the fastest, like Silverpine Hillsbrad are just still very fast leveling zones. But at a certain point, I do kind of need to just say, nah, enough is enough. If the only viable point here is the dungeon spam, then my guide will tell you to just dungeon spam. I don't want to recommend something that's just like infinitely slower simply because I like to have diversity. But I think it sucks because at that point I'm almost in the category of like, although I can be 90% confident that dungeon spamming is the best method here, I still have to go out and test a lot of different stuff just to see like, how shit is this zone? I know that it's not better than dungeon spamming, but is it like so shit that you would never consider doing it? Or is it like, okay, yeah, maybe I mentioned in my guide, that type of thing. And that's like a weird mentality to approach a speedrun guide with, but that's the situation I find myself in. God damn, Maha is going off in YouTube chat. I don't necessarily disagree with you. Honestly. I wouldn't necessarily use those words. But I do also find it kind of strange when people ask questions in chat that they could very easily just Google. Like, gee, I see that you're playing Miss Pandaria. Has the pre-patch released yet? I mean, pretty sure you can just type, when does Miss Pandaria pre-patch come out, and you'll find, like, an answer in 2 seconds. So, you're not wrong there. I agree with you. I don't understand why people ask questions that way, but... It also, at the same time, it took me all of 5 seconds to give them an answer and say, no, it's the beta. So, I don't really care too much. It only bothers me when it's like a question that people start asking over and over and over and over and over. So okay. Here's the deal, right? I'm gonna stop stream for now. Definitely, shorter stream is what it is. But I have some testing that I want to do on my own, right? I think at some point, probably tomorrow, I'm gonna test the theory that I had, and what I'll probably do is I think I'll record the footage, and I might it might end up in the guide. We'll see. But I'll probably start a human, and I'll do Elwyn Forest up to like level 10. Then I'm gonna do Loch Modan up to like ballpark level 20. Then I'm gonna do Duskwood up to, I don't know, I think 25, 26. And then instead of doing Northern Stranglethorn, I'm gonna try going out to Stone Talon and doing Stone Talon, Desolace, etc. and doing that stuff. The only problem is it's like, I know for a fact that Eastern Plaguelands is like the best way to level 40 to 45. How the fuck do you get here, though? There's no good way to get here for Alliance. Honestly, unironically, the best way to get here on Alliance might genuinely be to hitch a ride on the Orgrimmar, the Zeppelin Towers. Which, realistically speaking, you wouldn't be able to get into Orgrimmar, especially now that the Zeppelin Towers are inside the city. Because you would just get one shot by the guards. But Gromgol, you might be able to, like, beeline in. It's so stupid. But there's no other good way up here. Like, what the fuck else do you do? How do you get here as Alliance? Like, what do they expect you to do? It's ridiculously isolated. I really do think that is the answer. But then the other problem is that also lends more credence to the idea that you do Northern Stranglethorn. You can make the argument you do Northern Stranglethorn, and then after you hit level 30, you just corpse run through Gromgol, hop on the fucking Undercity Zeppelin, hitch a ride across the continent, and then go here. And like at this point, it's not too difficult to make it there. You can't really go through the Bulwark. You could. Realistically, you would go down here, hug the Undercity wall, like go around here, pop into Hillsbred Foothills, go along this way, pop up to Chillwind Camp, get this flight path, pop over here, get the Hinterlands flight path, and you'd be dungeon spamming the entire way, so you might not even need to do Hinterlands if you just dungeon spam from 30 to 35. But then that way, by the time you get to 35, you're in Western Plaguelands, which has good quests. But, like, genuinely, how the fuck else do you get here? Like, I took the most demonic path possible. I think the only other reasonable answer is Stormwind Harbor, and I forget where the docks go. I don't know if there's a boat to Menethil Harbor, but I know there is a boat to Ruttherin Village. So you could take a boat to Ruttherin Village and then take Ruttherin Village boat to Menethil Harbor. That I know works. I'm pretty sure that's it, because I'm 99.9999% sure that Menethil Harbor is still Ruttherin Village here, Theramore here. But then you get here, and it's like, the fuck do you do? Like, go through wetlands, go up north. Once you're in Arathi Highlands, I guess there's the tunnel. You could just go straight, take the tunnel through. Is the tunnel open? Does it work? I can't even remember anymore.
I don't think that's a realistic path. I don't know, man. The other option is you do Loch Modan into wetlands? But then, it's like Arathi is like a real fake zone. It's not a real zone. There's like no fucking quests here that are good. You can't really level here. So, like what? Yeah, I'm gonna do Arathi instead of, you know... I guess, I mean, Northern Stranglethorn's not that good either, but... The best one out of them all is by far Stone Talon. It's just it's the most isolated out of all of them. Fuck me, man. I don't know. It's tough. Horde has it easy with all their good zones being so compact. I don't know. I don't know. It is a problem that I will have to solve over the next week. But yeah, current plan. Anyways, I'll wrap it up. Current plan. I am going to I need to get one more key done. I need to do an Arcane Mage key. And I'm gonna just try and get a 10. Nothing crazy. Just Arcane Mage plus 10. Just to get something on the board for the challenge. And a little bit of practice with Arcane, because it seems somewhat complicated. I've had to spend a decent amount of time learning it. That's the last key I need this week. And then tomorrow, I'm going to do like a little bit of pre-raid preparation. I'm going to have to upgrade my my belt on all my characters. So do like one overcharge delve with the Delver's Bounty as usual. So I'm not going to stream tomorrow because I have just housekeeping stuff to do for the challenge. And then I have raid. Right. Not entirely sure what I'm going to do on Wednesday. I feel like the stress test there's another one on Wednesday, so it's probably going to be a bad day to do this stuff. So maybe I do Keystone Hero stuff, and then we go back to doing MoP testing on Thursday, Friday, etc., etc. And I'm gonna have the guides done before pre-patch releases one way or the other. Basically, I am going to get as much, testing as I possibly can. And at this point, like, I have a route planned out, The problem is, a lot of it is just like, yeah, at this point you dungeon spam, as we've kind of been going over. And what I would like to do is find potential alternatives to recommend in some cases, and see if I can come up with okay, if you're not dungeon spamming, what is like a decent way to level? Because I don't want to just say dungeon spam for like half my guide. But if I test a bunch of stuff and I really can't find that much, by the time the pre-patch comes out, that section of my guide will just be like, hey, at this point, you should spam dungeons. And that's what we're going to do. Because at the end of the day, if that's all I managed to find after all my testing, it's probably the fastest leveling method. Is what it is. But those will be posted. The one thing is, I'm still trying to determine the format that I want to do for my guide. Whether I want to do 2 separate videos for Alliance and Horde, or whether I want to do just one MoP 1 to 85 guide. And then, if I do that, how do I structure the video? Which, right now, what I'm leaning towards is... I'd probably do, like, levels 1 to 10, and just talk about levels 1 to 10 just broadly, and touch upon, like, a lot of different races, for both Alliance and Horde, especially because, there's some overlap with Pandaren and stuff like that. And then I would talk about Horde, well, I mean, Order would be interchangeable, but I would talk about, like, one faction 10 to 60, and then the other faction 10 to 60. And although there would be a tiny bit of overlap, they are mostly distinct leveling experiences. Like, Eastern Plaguelands is identical. A lot of the dungeon spam sections would be identical. But the Alliance early zone route is fundamentally different than the Horde early zone route. So those would be 2 very distinct sections. But then, like, TBC, TBC is mostly the same. Like, yes, are there individually different quests in certain sections for Alliance and Horde? Yeah, Hellfire Peninsula, generally the same layout. A lot of the same wanted quests, just they look slightly different. But they do have a lot of actually different quests. But in the ways that it matters, TBC is fundamentally the same for both Alliance and Horde. Same with Wrath of the Lich King. Fundamentally the same Alliance and Horde. And a lot of it you are just dungeon spamming. You know, there's not much that I need to investigate to know that, like, yeah, you just, those quests are not fast. You dungeon spam. That has been, I think, the most single well-known thing about alt leveling in these expansions is that TBC and Wrath were dungeon spam expansions. I knew that back in the day, and I know that now, and it's just been reconfirmed to me. You just dungeon spam to get through them. They have good dungeons, and they have terrible quests. It's kind of a no-brainer. But the quests that you usually want to do, like the wanted quests, tend to be the same between both factions, so I can just put that in one section, one shared section for both. The only thing, Wrath might be a little hard, because although you have the same general objectives on Alliance and Horde, they are different quests, because they're picked up in Alliance and Horde towns in some areas, so I'd have to give a little bit more detail there. And then same thing for 80 to 85. 80 to 85, I am, like, pretty 100% confident in, because I've been leveling up a bunch of characters on Cataclassic with Joyous Journeys, and I'm still following my route, and my route is still fast. And nothing fundamentally changes for Cata leveling in MoP. The XP just gets squished. So effectively, I haven't actually leveled any MoP characters through 80 to 85, but I've been leveling Joyous Journey characters, and Joyous Journeys is, like, mostly... I think MoP is even slightly faster than Joyous Journeys. I'm not entirely sure on the exact numbers, but it's close enough that I'm able to kind of simulate what I'm thinking of, and it's pretty much exactly what I would expect. And it's basically just a streamlined version of the Cataclysm 80 to 85 guide that I made, which is just you generally want to do Mount Hygel quests up to 81. Dungeon spamming is okay, but it's generally not super recommended. And then I would say do, like, if you get to a section of Mount Hygel where you're like, okay, maybe these quests are too roleplay heavy, really I would say it's like the Goldrun quests. Mount Hygel's pretty good. And especially with the XP modifiers, you do all this stuff, you do all this stuff. The Goldrun quests have some roleplay, but it's really fine. It's only when you get down to, like, this section that Mount Hygel kind of slows down a little bit. Honestly, it's not even that bad. All things considered. It's not a fast zone, but compared to some of the stinkers we have, it's not terrible. But the early sections of Mount Hygel, which are more than enough to get you to 81, because Mount Hygel is meant to be 80 to 82, and you only ever do Mount Hygel up to 81, so you should never have to do the second half of the zone anyways. So you do all this stuff. You really should only need to do, like, the first quarter of the zone, especially with the XP squish, and then you dungeon spam from 81 to, like, 82.5, because then Vortex Pinnacle and Stonecore enter the pool at 81. So then you have 4 dungeons in the pool. You do all of them. You don't have quests for Throne of the Tides. I don't know if they're going to fix that in MoP. Haven't been able to test, obviously. In Cataclysm, they're bugged. But you have Blackrock Caverns quests, you have Vortex Pinnacle quests, you have Stonecore quests, so those are all very good dungeons. All 3 are relatively fast, too. Some faster than others, like Throne of the Tides is definitely the fastest, but, you know, it varies a little bit. None of them are extremely long. And then you usually want to do Deep Home a little bit. 82 to, like, 83 and a little bit. Old Doom, you take the Dalaran portal to get there faster. The initial quests in Old Doom are very efficient. Old Doom is like, it has a tiny bit of roleplay right at the start, but it's nothing significant. And out after the introduction area, the section around Ramkehen is fairly dense for quests, and not very hard to complete. So you can do all that stuff, and it's really good, and especially with all the XP modifiers. Like, the Harrison Jones stuff is really inefficient, but you don't have to do that. It's like its own separate chain. The quests, as you get later on into the zone, get, like, really slow, but you should never have to do that. Like, the stuff over here sucks. Shouldn't have to ever do that. So you do most of this stuff, which is why also you might want to stay in Deep Home a little bit longer. And then, once you're done with that, once you hit level 84, there's two things that you can do at level 84. You can dungeon spam, and you can do Crucible of Carnage. So, dungeon spam is really nice because you get access to a bunch of new dungeons at 84, which obviously all have their own set of quests. And realistically speaking, for most people, that's just all you're going to do. You're going to do all those dungeons. You might not even finish every single one of them before you hit 85. You might only get like 2 of them done with all their quests. Hard to say. You also might get a duplicate, right? So you don't get a third unique one. But if you do Crucible of Carnage, which there should definitely be groups around for, just go to Crucible of Carnage, wait there, and see if you can find people in between dungeon queues. Do that. Do a handful of unique dungeons for the quests. That's it. You don't even really need to touch Twilight Highlands. And if you really want to, like, you could do the intro Twilight Highlands quests. The Alliance ones are a lot better than the Horde ones, because the Horde ones have, like, the whole long cutscene, which, for me, is just a coffee break every time I've done it. But, no. It's whatever. But realistically speaking, you should never need to do that. You would want to just kind of fly there directly, do Crucible, or just spam dungeons. And just not even worry about it. So, that's 80 to 85. It's very straightforward. I am very, very confident in that. There's not really much to it. Oh, well, I got disconnected. Oh, well, and the beta's being shitty. I was about to stop the stream anyway, so I'll let it sit in the fancy login screen as I finish yapping a little bit. Isn't Panda's starting zone pretty brutally slow, or is it not as bad as you remember? It's not good, but brutally slow, I would not say, no. It's, Panda's starting zone has a lot of roleplay. There's some quests where it's like, if you know how to do it quickly, like, there's some annoying quests that you can speedrun really fast. So, I want to say that I've been able to consistently get Panda Starting Zone done in like an hour and a half, give or take. The biggest issue with Panda Starting Zone is that there is just a lot of, you cannot avoid the time skip. Like, cutscenes that, you aren't able to avoid. You just, the quest where you stand... But that's actually a great example. The quest where you have to hop onto those posts, you can do all of them really fast. Because you can, like, rapidly tap the post to just, like, bounce around the thing that you need, hit all of the objectives, then quickly, like, rapid tap all the posts, and your character will just, like, hop, 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 and, like, bounce around them super quickly. So, if you're not familiar with it, doing that might take you a while. That is one of those where you could blast it in, like, a minute or two. But then there's the quest where you have to play with the water spirit, and that one, yeah, you just need to sit there and wait for him to do the little whirlpool geyser thingy, and you run over to it, it knocks you in the air, and then you get credit in 1 out of 5, and you do that 5 times, and then the quest is done after, like, an entire minute. So, there's quests like that, there's quests like the one where you fight the Cloud Serpent. It's like you have to go through the wind tunnel, you have to wait for the roleplay, and then, we have to fight the Cloud Serpent by shooting the fireworks launchers, and then hop into a hot air balloon, and do, like, a 3-minute roleplay speaking with the turtle. There's no way to speed those up. You just have to sit through it. There's also, like, the Heal the Turtle quest, where you have to free the healers and protect them. There's that one I've managed to optimize a little bit, because what I just do is I go around and I activate every single healer immediately, and I don't defend them at all. And then I usually get back when they're getting attacked, and maybe one of them has died and the rest are fairly low in health. I kill all of the remaining ones, and then I make sure that the healers are all safe, And then once I've just killed mobs, I look for, like, whatever the remaining 1 or 2 healers are that died or I didn't manage to rescue. I quickly go grab them. And then as long as you sit there next to every single healer actively healing the turtle, immediately kill the mobs as they jump down to you, you can get that done relatively quickly. But even if you do all of that perfectly, the quest takes like 2 minutes. There's just a literal time limit, or time minimum, on how quickly you're able to get it done. So, yeah, the Panda starting zone is, like, pretty fucking slow. It's, all of those starting zones are really hard to expedite. Except, I guess, the Drakthir one. I didn't know that you could do that in 12 minutes, which is pretty cool. I guess the Drakthir one doesn't, to my memory, have anything like that. You know, locked-in cutscenes, unskippable roleplay. The Goblin starting zone has that. The Worgen starting zone has that fuckload of that. Especially towards the ends. But, yeah, the Panda starting zone definitely is tough to get done. And the big thing for the Panda starting zone is, especially if you have heirlooms, you're going to outlevel it. So, for the amount of time that it takes to get through the starting zone, you end at, like, level 14 with most heirlooms. And the amount of time that it takes to level 1 to 14 with heirlooms is not an hour and a half. It's a lot faster. Probably under an hour. So, it's very slow. I'm still going to make a lot of pandas, because even though leveling a panda is slow, like, in terms of a speedrun context, having pandas as an alt is good for long-term leveling purposes. The double rested experience will make it really easy to just log into them when the servers go up and then get back to them later. But, it's kind of weird how that stuff works. Huh. Anyways. My throat's dying. That's my sign to stop here. Like I said, probably gonna stream again on Thursday. I forgot to mention, the next Keystone Hero video will probably be posted sometime tomorrow. I have most of the footage. I did a lot of runs this past week, but I'm gonna have to do a decent amount of editing to get it together, so I will have to do that tonight, and I'm hoping that it'll be ready by tomorrow. We shall see. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. I will definitely be doing more testing for Alliance, and hopefully by the next time I stream, I'll have some information to share on some of these questions, and I'm hoping to eventually somewhat finish this character and get, like, a full, decent Alliance test run done, but we'll see how that plays out. I might need to only do, like, isolated tests here and there right now, and then we'll do, like, a full Alliance run with dungeon spamming as an option once the pre-patch actually hits. We'll see. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Peace.